Io sono particolarmente onorato, felice ed onorato di presentare insieme a Carmine Catenacci, anzi di salutare insieme a Carmine Catenacci tutti i colleghi, i giovani studiosi, gli studenti che partecipano sia in presenza sia online a questa iniziativa, a questo congresso, che è il frutto di una collaborazione tra i due dipartimenti di Scienze Umane dell'Università dell'Aquila e il Dipartimento di Lettere, Arti e Scienze Sociali dell'Università di Chieti Pescara, rappresentati da Carmine e da me in perfetto parallelismo, perché oltre ad essere i due grecisti dei due dipartimenti siamo anche i due direttori uniti da questa comune sventura, insomma. E quindi siamo onorati sia come studiosi sia come ospiti, di accogliere un'iniziativa così bella, che così ben articolata anche, che vedrà appunto una partecipazione su entrambe le sedi. Oggi qui all'Aquila, venerdì saremo a Chieti e avremo questa giornata di domani che è dedicata a scopi ludici, ecco. E insomma io non posso che ringraziare poi tutti i colleghi che interverranno, i colleghi e le colleghe che interverranno come relatori in questa densa calendario, in questa densa menù sul tema appunto dell'elegia e del Giambo. Devo fare però un ringraziamento particolare a Laura Lulli, che è stata veramente l'anima dell'organizzazione di tutto questo, insomma, perché si è fatta carico più di tutti noi, insomma, pur nell'ambito di questa collaborazione a quattro che vede anche implicata Maria Luigia Di Marzio, anche lei dell'Università di Chieti, collega di Carmine. Ma Laura è stata veramente il sostegno organizzativo su cui si è potuto contare per l'organizzazione di queste due bellissime giornate di convegno. Detto questo, do la parola a Carmine appunto, che porgerà anche lui il suo benvenuto, e poi lasciamo spazio alle relazioni.
Grazie Livio, buongiorno a tutti, alle persone in presenza e a quelle da remoto. Anche io sono molto contento e onorato di questa nostra presenza comune qui in questo convegno. Ringrazio tutti i nostri ospiti, graditi e illustri, che appunto è un momento particolare di passaggio, no? Dal Covid, post-Covid, non sappiamo in che fase siamo, quindi è un piacere maggiore, ma forse anche un impegno maggiore, quindi grazie doppiamente per la vostra presenza. E sono molto, consentitemi appunto di dire questo, sono molto contento di questa collaborazione, come si dice oggi, sinergia tra il nostro Dipartimento dell'Università di Chieti e il Dipartimento appunto diretto dal professor Sbardella dell'Università dell'Aquila, perché forse pensavo oggi, così il convegno di oggi è proprio un po', almeno per quello che mi riguarda, incarna un po' quella che è l'idea presente e forse futura dell'università, cioè muoversi tra un attaccamento solido al territorio, le radici del territorio, e in Abruzzo abbiamo radici molto profonde, ma al tempo stesso, sulla base di queste radici, saperci confrontare con il mondo, aprirci al meglio della ricerca internazionale, e con questo convegno noi cerchiamo di farlo. C'è un neologismo non bello, mi scuso, ma che però esprime un po' glocal, no? Si dice glocal, un orribile neologismo che però esprime questa doppia, necessaria secondo me e anche bella maniera di stare nel mondo della ricerca e degli studi. E quindi niente, poiché vi chiedo scusa anche per il leggero ritardo, che è tutta responsabilità mia, cerco di farmi perdonare chiudendo subito questo mio intervento di introduzione, ringraziando nuovamente Livio, Laura Lulli, Maria Luigia Di Marzio e tutti voi che siete presenti per questa nostra 3 giorni. Avremo modo poi appunto di conversare nei prossimi giorni. Grazie.
Apriamo quindi la seduta avremo come chair Jan Quapiš dell'Università di Varsavia, Le relazioni saranno parte in italiano, parte in inglese, poi la tavola rotonda sarà una babele linguistica in cui si può parlare tanto l'una quanto un'altra lingua, senza problemi. Prego, Jan, possiamo cominciare.
Should I be speaking to the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay. So, thank you so much. Let me just quickly say that, sorry. And the camera is here, right? Not just for me, probably. This is the first conference in person, first meeting in person since the start of the pandemic. So it's really exciting to be here. I'm very grateful to the organizers for making this conference possible so generously at what continues to be a difficult time for many reasons. So it's really, really fantastic. And L'Aquila, I had this thought, is perhaps many people said that, but this is a city of resilience and reconstruction and rebuild, restoration, and I think it's a perfect place to be right now at this moment, so I'm very grateful for this. Without further ado, we have a strict schedule here to observe. Let us proceed to the first paper this afternoon, and the first speaker today is Lukia Atanasaki of the University of Crete, the title of her presentation is Picturing Performance Settings and Celebratory Occasions in Archilochus, Solon, Theognis, and Theognidia. The floor is yours, Lukia. So we have many people joining in online too, and also perhaps willing to take part in discussions. You can take off your mask.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Would you like water? This is without.
That's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Well, first of all, I wish to thank warmly the organizer, Livio, Carmine, and especially Laura, the heart and soul of this event, for putting together what is a very exciting intellectual event, which gave me the opportunity to think about elegy and iambus, and gave the opportunity to me and Ewan to travel outside of Greece for the first time in the 2+ years of the pandemic. Second, I wish to draw attention to an important change in my title and presentation. As you can see, I broadened the scope of my inquiry because going through the surviving fragments of Archilochus, Solon, and the Theognidian tradition, I was convinced that there are no significant differences in the way settings and occasions are represented in elegies on the one hand, trimeters and tetrameters on the other. The differences that I've noticed have to do with the author rather than the meter. I should also make clear at the outset that I am interested in poems that thematize settings or in poems where the total absence of thematization deserves to be noticed. I begin by stating the obvious difficulty caused by the nature of the transmission, especially of the Archilochian corpus, which is too fragmentary to allow any degree of certainty. This is, of course, a well-known difficulty, but one that is sometimes forgotten in the long history of reception of lyric poetry. Another preliminary remark that I would like to make concerns the term picturing that I have chosen. Picturing is a verb that allows us to talk about performances and celebratory settings without linking them necessarily to the pragmatics of any given performance. To put it differently, the term allows us not to distinguish real or imaginary occasions as performance contexts. My work on deixis in Melic poetry, Pindar in particular, has led me to the view that references to celebratory occasions and performance contexts serve a variety of purposes and communicative strategies that go far beyond the pragmatics of any given performance. What I hope to show today is some interesting similarities and differences among poets and genres in the way they use settings in order to construct different poetic personae. Before looking at Archilochus, Solon, and Theognis, however, I would like to draw attention to some recent and not so recent work on elegy that has shed light on the malleability of the genre and the breadth of its scope. In a pioneer study, Bowie has shown the public and cultic context of narrative elegy. Giambattista D'Alessio has argued for the public persona in Tyrtaeus' poetry, while Ettore Zingano and Cecilia Nobili have drawn attention to evidence showing elegiac choral performance and/or reperformance. These studies, taken together, shed light on the most discussed passage in performance studies, Theognis lines 237 to 254, to which I will first turn. Theognis' promise to Cyrnus constitutes the most explicit piece of evidence regarding the eternal survival of Theognis' poetry through reperformance in all sorts of gatherings all over the Greek world. The mention of flute accompaniment, as well as the assurance that Cyrnus will be a song after his death, aide esse homos, suggests that Theognis envisaged the eternal survival of his poetry as song or recitation, accompanied by music. Regarding the context of its survival, the terms thoine and elapine have been well discussed by Cecilia Nobili in her 2016 article in the handout. I would only add that the verb elapinasto is used with reference to revels in big groups, whereas thoine is a more general term that is used with reference to big and small, public and private gatherings. The passages of Alkman, fragment 98, and Euripides' Ion, 982, in the handout, number 4, illustrate the kind of big gatherings one could imagine. The Theognidian diction is therefore carefully chosen so as to include all sorts of gatherings, thus indicating that the boundaries between public and private are fluid. Elegies with a personal, intimate tone, like the Cyrnus poems, are thought appropriate for big public gatherings, and conversely, the symposium, an appropriate venue also for the public persona that some Theognidian speakers adopt. I will come back to the inscribed persona after some methodological remarks on context. Bowie and Cecilia Nobili base their argumentation in favor of public cultic contexts and mode of performance mainly on external evidence, rightly in my view. As I already said, my earlier work on Melic poetry and my present investigation have convinced me that the thematization of venue and mode of performance serves as a rule a great variety of purposes. In what follows, I will explore the significance of the thematization of performance and celebratory contexts for the construction of the persona loquens. I will start with Solon, who, as a rule, does not thematize either the venue or the mode of performance. This is, of course, a negative find, but a very interesting one once we compare it both with Archilochus and Theognidian practice. I shall stress once again that the fragmentary nature of our evidence is not a safe guide, but this is all we have to go by. To return to Solon, I find it interesting that the self-referential fragment 1 West, number 5 in the handout, focuses on the role of the speaker, a kerix, and his chosen mode of discourse, poetry instead of prose. Plutarch, on the other hand, who transmits these lines, gives us copious and detailed information about the locus of performance, which was the agora. Did Plutarch find this information in the elegy, or did he use external evidence? The answer is not forthcoming, and Demosthenes, who also mentions the Salamis elegy, does not provide a context. 13 West, a complete poem in all likelihood, and unfortunately not in the handout, is not anchored in any particular context either. The deictic pattern of 19 West, number 6 in the handout, indicates that Solon is still in the town named after him and about to sail to Athens, but does not conjure up a specific venue. On the strength of the prayer to Kypris and the anchoring of the poem in Cyprus, one is tempted to posit a farewell symposium in Solon as the context we are encouraged to envisage, but we could picture our other venues as well. We are on firmer ground, however, if we simply state the obvious, namely that Solon is not interested in anchoring his poems in any particular setting, at least as far as his surviving poetry let us establish. At this point, I would like to discuss briefly 26 West, which could be anchored in the symposium and can therefore be an exception to Solon's indifference to context. The poem is not in the handout, but I read its translation. Quote, "The works of the Cyprus-born, and now dear to me, and those of Dionysus and of the Muses, works which establish good cheer for men." Unquote. Plutarch thinks that Solon refers to his happy marriage and old age, and he may be right for all we know. It is true, however, that taken out of context, they point to the symposium, which could host a number of elegiac poems, notably 20, 21, 22a, 23, 24, 25, which do not thematize their context, but feature a different persona from that of the political advisor. They feature the persona of the carefree symposiast. Thematization of performance context may not be a characteristic of Solonian poetry, which, however, shows a very interesting pattern of personal deixis. Sometimes the Solonian speaker impersonates the Athenian citizens at large. This is, for instance, 3 West. Sometimes a select group of people, for instance 15 West, which is number 8 in the handout, and at other times an authoritative political I talking about his politics, for instance 32 West, number 9 in the handout, a political I who in 33 West names himself through third-person deixis, and unfortunately the 33 West is not on the handout, but it is a very well-known poem. The inscribed collective or individual personae are obviously important political tools that enable the speaker to promote different political agenda. In 3 West, for instance, the exhortation to the Athenians to recover Salamis is presented as a collective decision, whereas 15 West is a partisan poem that privileges the attitude of those who opt for arete as opposed to wealth. The first-person deixis enables Solon to advertise his political achievements and his choices, whereas through alternation of third and first-person deixis in 33 West, he offers different perspectives on his political choices. The high priority of the speaker's political agenda is in all likelihood the reason behind the absence of differentiation between public and private space. Moreover, the distribution between collective and individual identity shows a similar tendency. Whether issues are presented from an individual or a collective point of view, in the vast majority of Solonian poems, the lens zooms on their public significance. Before turning to Archilochus, I would like to draw attention to another feature of Solonian poetry, which distinguishes his poetry from that of Archilochus and Theognis. The lack of interest in performance and celebratory contexts goes hand in hand with the absence of reference to music and musicians. Despite the occasional references to the gift of the Muses, there is no reference to music and celebration in what survives. I am tempted to generalize and anachronistically label Solon's poetry poésie engagée. Unlike Solon, Archilochus had an interest in song, dance, and music, if we are to judge from his numerous references to all sorts of celebrations, which, however, are frequently found in highly fragmentary poems consisting of a few words. In the interest of time, I will discuss only poems that display a strategy that is later developed by Pindar, that is the juxtaposition or telescoping of different performance and or celebratory settings. I start with 4 West, number 10 in the handout, which has been long and well discussed. Like many others, I accept Ewan Bowie's influential view that the hic et nunc is different from the setting aboard a ship. I quote, Archilochus is inviting his listeners to see their environment as if it were another with which, as a group of heteroi, they were all familiar. Unquote. If we accept this view, we can discern the juxtaposition of 2 different occasions. In addition to the one aboard the ship, which is described, Archilochus may have referred to a banquet or a symposium explicitly or implicitly in the missing part. Whatever the case of the setting of the utterance may have been, the setting aboard a military ship that Archilochus's audience is invited to picture is crucial for the construction of the persona of the anti-conformist speaker that the Archilochian speaker so often adopts. The ethos of somebody who could care less about dropping his shield, and I refer here to 5 West, is compatible with the ethos of the man who exhorts his fellow sailors to get stone drunk while on duty. In other words, the pictured setting is significant for the characterization of the speaker as an anti-conformist character. Fragment 120 West points in the same direction. I would prefer Laura Swift's translation to that of Gerber, which I've put in the handout number 11. Swift's translation runs as follows. For I know how to lead off the lovely song of Lord Dionysus, the dithyramb, when my mind is blasted with wine. Athenaeus, who preserves this fragment, offers us an interesting example of its ancient reception, citing Philochorus, handout number 11, who thinks that when ancient poets pour libations, they sing of Bacchus having had wine and been drunk, but Apollo with tranquility and good order. Athenaeus cites the Archilochian lines and a line from Epicharmus, and the translation of Epicharmus is, a water drinker knows no dithyrambs, and this particular line was left out, I'm afraid. What Philochorus seems to say is that older poets did not always compose dithyrambs to accompany sacrifices to Dionysus, but being drunk, they sang during a sacrifice. The fact that Athenaeus illustrates the point by citing Archilochus and Epicharmus, probably cited by Philochorus too, is a warning that we should not take this information at face value. I suggest that fragment 120 West is an instance of telescoping 2 different settings. The participial phrase oino syngeravnotheis phrenas evokes the symposium, whereas the rest evokes a public setting where the speaker envisages himself in the role of the exarchon of probably a choral dance or simply a song sung by a plurality of singers. In context, the phrase kalon melos must be taken with a grain of salt. Can an exarchon blasted with wine lead a beautiful song dance? Probably not, despite the fact that we do not have enough context to assess his role. 121 West, number 12 in the handout, can shed some light on 120 West. 121 features the speaker in the role of the exarchon of a paean. Again, I prefer a variant construction to that of Gerber, and I would render with Paola Correa and others, I myself leading the paean to the accompaniment of the lesbian aulos. The context we are invited to envisage is in all likelihood a celebration of Apollo, but this is all we can say without the help of external information. Yet, the other examples provided by Athenaeus, and here I refer to a passage that I couldn't put on the handout because I was in a great rush. This is Book 5, Chapter 9. can shed some light on the role of the Exarchon. Athenaeus' examples feature chiefly the Muses as exarchusai and archesimolpoi. I hasten to add that we have no reason to think of the Muses as drunk in any of the cited authors. If the Muses are the comparandum, whatever the role of the speaker of 120 envisaged for himself, it is clear that inebriation would seriously hamper the beautiful performance he promises. I suggest that once again, the juxtaposed settings yield an anti-conformist persona, this time the persona of an anti-conformist chorus leader. It cannot be accidental that Athenaeus' other example of a drunk dithyramb, poet or singer or both, comes from comedy. So far I have explored two diametrically opposed takes on context. I have argued that the absence of reference to performance and celebratory settings in Solon's poetry contributes to the construction of an authoritative political persona. In contrast, through juxtaposed or telescoped performance settings, Archilochus builds the anti-conformist performance of the poet-singer. It is now time to go back to the Theognidian tradition, which as a rule conjures up the symposium as its performance setting, but occasionally catches a glimpse of the public festival. I have already discussed Theognis' clever exploitation of the words thoine and eilapine in the famous passage that foregrounds the festival and the symposium as the loci of the eternal survival of Theognis and Kyrnus. I would like to go back now and discuss some more contexts and their significance for the inscribed personae. The anchoring of a great number of poems in the symposium in the collection, as we have it, encourages the reader to picture the symposium as the performance setting, even in cases where there are no textual indications pointing in this direction. Second-person deixis and other markers of intimacy point in the same direction. For instance, lines such as 31, 38, number 13 in the handout, not anchored in any particular setting, conjure up the symposium as the locus of the embattled conversation in which Theognis engages with his addressee on account of the references to drinking and eating. It comes as no surprise that the seeds of this discourse of dissension are found in the Theognidian Song of the Muses and the Graces at the wedding party of Cadmus, and this is number 14 in the handout. The divine distinction between to kalon and to mekalon in a wedding song sets the paradigm for the Theognidian speaker's pontification on what is beautiful, good, or right at banquets and symposia. There are many more examples where the symposium, explicitly or implicitly, is the venue where the speaker's embattled persona thrives. In the relatively few instances where public space and festival are conjured up, however, a different mood is discernible. To go back to lines 237, 254 once again, it is remarkable that the various settings all over the Greek world, time without end, showcase an authoritative poetic persona enjoying total approval. The speaker of 757, 764, number 15 in the handout, adopts a similarly non-divisive authoritative persona in an enigmatic setting. The envisaged occasion is a prayer to the gods with libations and hymns, with the accompaniment of the lyre and the aulos. The first half of the poem, lines 757-760, offer the gist of the prayer. Request to Zeus and the other gods to guarantee the safety of the people, and to Apollo to set straight the way they speak, they think, and they feel. The second half, 761-64, mentions the hymn, the libation, and the emotional condition of the people who pray. Are we invited to picture a sympathetic prayer or an all-city supplication? The answer is not forthcoming. We are on firmer ground with the emotions the prayer is expected to elicit, namely courage and lack of fear among the people, be they a group of symposiasts or the citizens at large. It seems to me that this is an instance of transparent walls between the symposium and an all-city supplication. Several other poems conjure up a less ambiguous public setting and mood, notably the prayer and sacrifices to Apollo, 773-788, number 16 in the handout. This diction evokes the polis and its citizens at large, Laoi, 776, Tes de Polos, 776, public sacrifices, choral dances, and festivities in a spirit of mutual pleasure. It is remarkable, however, that civic harmony envisaged in public prayer and sacrifices is distinguished from the laotrophos stasis among the Hellenes. This is 81. Here the speaker uses the public festivities in honor of Apollo as a stepping stone to construct a harmonious collective civic persona. The last poem I would like to look at is 789-794, number 17 in the handout. As in the case of lines 757-764, the envisaged context could be the symposium or a public celebration. The references to the lyre, dance, hieron melos, and all the gods contributes, in my view, to telescoping the symposium and the public festival, or to use another metaphor I have already used, to setting up transparent walls between the two. The iterative expressions and tenses heighten the impression that our speaker does not point to any particular occasion, but to a recurring condition. The dominance of optatives in combination with the references to music and dance gives the lines a prayer-like quality and make these lines equally suitable for the symposium and the festival. Similarly, the inscribed persona suits both an individual citizen and the citizen body at large. But the wished-for outcome is virtue, wisdom, music, and justice governing the relations of the inscribed persona with fellow citizens and foreigners. We are clearly invited to picture the proper civic modus operandi. It is high time to sum up. The three poets I have looked at handle performance and celebratory settings in accordance to their different agenda. The aim of Solon's indifference to anchor his political poetry is probably to foreground the political status and significance of the inscribed persona. Through juxtaposition and telescoping of the performance and celebratory settings, Archilochus constructs and promotes an anti-conformist persona, whereas the Theognidian tradition uses the same material in different doses, featuring both an embattled individual persona and a harmonious collective persona within the polis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have time for questions. Would like to ask a question. Perhaps someone from the audience present online. Can we see who
Maria Kazanskaya is here.
Thank you very much for your paper. And it was really an idea that it never entered my mind about Solon, and the fact that we do not have, there's only the 19th fragment that is really, that would be associated with the symposiastic setting. But I was wondering whether we may lack some fragments. That was one thing. And whether you considered the fragments where he describes they are iambic fragments, so it's another type of text, and I understand why you didn't include those fragments, but the fragments where he describes the preparation for the meal and the abundant table, these are the fragments 38, 39. 39 is especially the preparation for apparently a feast, so with servants running around and preparing the sauces. They're very culinary, those fragments, but they do seem to describe a symposiastic setting or preparation for a symposiastic setting, and whether those fragments could be could suggest that maybe he had some descriptions of symposia in elegies too, just as an idea.
Thank you, Maria. I just, you said 37 and 38, right?
It's 38 in West and 39, and there's also 40, which is very fragmentary, but it seems to be in the same. There are the 3 or 4 culinary fragments in, and 41 also. In Solon, there are a very nice group of fragments, but 38 describes drinkers with all the nibbles that they have, and that would be a good setting before they start singing, I always imagined.
Yes, you are right about 38. The problem with methodologically, I mean, it is very interesting, of course, because it is one of the very few fragments that Solon gives us an idea of commensality, of the way he perceived commensality. But what I am interested in is not a simple description, but the anchoring of the context somewhere. And because here you don't have the anchor, you see, unless I am mistaken, it is not anchored anywhere. And I think, you know, I have, I don't know what to do with it. Do you?
No, but I was just thinking whether one thing that I was wondering whether he described symposia more in his iambics. That would be one idea, and the other that we may have fragments lacking, that he may have had descriptions in Elegy too.
Yes, but just, looking at it now, it seems to me that, again, you have two things. You have the Deipnon and the Symposium. So, really, I mean, if we take this distinction that people were first eating and then they gathered the tables and they were drinking, so you have two contexts, basically, I mean, subsequent ones, but two. I don't know. As I said, I don't think it is a metrical feature that, and I don't see, anything different because of the meter, but I mean, I'll have to think of if I can fit in whatever I have been saying here, but it seems to me that Solon, I focused on the political poetry because I think there are things that one can do further with political poetry because we have some hints, that can lead us further. The other category that I made, the carefree symposiast was my label. That could or could not, I don't know. I mean, I am a little worried about the last line, the last two lines in 38, which give some wisdom, to the lines that go before. So, but I'll have to think. I don't know. It's a very interesting point to see, if these iterative, unanchored narratives can be somehow integrated into something.
Thank you.
Just for one quick question.
But very nice to see you after such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Lukia. Sorry.
It's better. Okay. Thank you. You should be on.
Not a question. Thank you very much, Lukia, for this presentation. As you rightly said, sometimes the symbolic setting is suggested only implicitly, and I would like just to add one thing, perhaps is worth adding, that sometimes, especially in the Theognidaea, in these elegies, the symbolic setting is implied, but not generally, but there is a reference to the specific typical symbolic practices like presentation of poems a catena. I don't remember exactly the number of Theognidaea. From Theognidaea, it starts alla logon mentuton easom, and let's stop talking about this, and then there is a call for playing aulos. So it is a special kind of implication that it is symposium, but not generally the feast, simply the feast, but something more specific. So perhaps it's interesting just to add such an aspect of symbolic setting in elegiac corpus. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. I had it, but you phrased it much better, than I had in my paper. You're absolutely right. And of course, the big difference is poetry that is more substantial than Solon and Archilochus. You know, I mean, you can see that here we have a collection, so the place of the collection and the thrust of the diction can give you, you know, the same setting, whereas in other things, you know, that come, we don't have this luxury. Yes, thank you. I agree absolutely.
I'm afraid we have to stop here, but let's thank again Lukia for this wonderful. This is a rich session. There are two more papers in this session, and the next speaker is Ewan Bowie of the University of Oxford. Sorry. The title of Ewan's paper is Anacreon in the Theognidia, and there is a question mark at the end of the title. So, Ewan. Would you like to? Please.
Well, I would like to begin by thanking the tetrarchy of organisers who put in such excellent work in bringing us together after many problems created by COVID. And it is a delight to be here in their presence and the presence of many other friends as well, and to be able to talk about something in which I'm currently very interested. And I must apologize to anybody who had heard on Zoom a version of this paper from New York, where it was a Theognis conference to which I gave an earlier version. But I wanted to talk to you about it because here are people who can really tell me what is going wrong with my ideas, and I'm sure much is going wrong. I'll begin with some words about Book 1, and I draw attention to some cards that I have long had on the table, as you all know. Concerning the structure of Book 1, I am largely persuaded by the breakdown argued for by Martin West in 74, that is 3 sections of Purum, 19 to 254, Excepta Meliora, down to 1000 or thereabouts, then Excepta Deteriora. And I'm inclined to accept the view argued for by Rösler in 2006, that Theognis himself may have been responsible for a collection of his elegies that began circulating in Attic symposia at the end of the 6th century. And I think such a collection is quite likely to lie behind the Purum. The combination of the Purum with Meliora is something that I credited in 2014 to Euenus of Paros, putting together an elegiac songbook that had much by Theognis, but much by other singers as well, including pieces by Memnermus, Tertius, and Solon. None of these pieces is a complete poem, whereas 2 of Euenus's own poems do seem to be complete. In 2008, I had noted as surprising the absence of anything by one of the other great archaic elegists, this is handout 1 now, Archilochus, and suggested at 1123 to 8, second part of handout 1, might be by Archilochus, working partly from the possible presence of a love rival named Umphrey, both in Theognidia 1126 and Archilochus, fragment 23:9. In 2014, I had also suggested that Euenus put together Book 2 of the Theognidia and might be the poet of many of its erotic songs. Euenus has since appeared to me in a dream and told me he was not the composer of anything in Book 2 other than the poem addressed, like his two poems in Book 1, to Simonides, that is 1341 to 50. But in that dream he did admit to having had a hand in putting together Book 2 as we have it towards the end of the 5th century. He did not reveal whom he knew to be the poets represented in Book 2, but stimulated by the astonishing inscription from Teos with a pentameter that corresponds to Theognedia line 460, see my handout 18E, I have begun to ponder the presence of Anacreon in the Theognedia, hence the title, hence the paper. Although we have only a few elegiac fragments attributed to Anacreon, 1 to 5 in West, and these are 5 complete lines, 4 parts of lines, the Suda entry, my handout 2, establishes that he was remembered as a composer not only of melic, but also of elegiac and iambic poetry. He was manifestly a hit in Attica in the decades following his move there from the collapsing regime of Polycrates on Samos around 522. Rescued, we are told, by a Pisistrated Pentaconta, handout 3. The date and quality of Anacreon's elegiac songs would have made them eligible for inclusion in a songbook composed in the late 5th century. And so too would his favoured themes. Handout 4, a preoccupation with Hebe. I'm not going to look at each of these cases in detail. And a corollary preoccupation with old age. Again, handout 4. And of course, suitable too would have been his focus on desire, eros. But these themes are not adequate to support any attribution of Theognidian poems to Anacreon, since they are key themes of sympathic song, and they are found, even if in less concentration, in songs securely attributed to other singers. One may suspect that some of the pieces in the Theognidia that address these topoi are by Anacreon, but suspicion is as far as one should go unless there are further indications. In Book 1, there are 2 pieces with slight further indications. First, handout 5, the Splendid Reverie, picked out as erotic by Athenaeus, 310a to b, Theognidia 993 to 1002. One of the pieces, incidentally, that makes it very hard to accept the thesis fashionable since Welcker, that Book 2 was created by a purging of erotica from Book 1. I'm not going to read the translation or Greek of this. You have it on the handout. You can see it's addressed to somebody called Akademos. That name is not common. We have a man from the deme Myrnus in Attica, and Hyperides, in a fragment, refers to a name Akademos, though we don't know where his Akademos came from. Line 1002, Euedes Radanis Cherse. This epithet, Radinos, turns up also in Theognidia 6, Leto Phoinikos Radanis Cherse in the Papsamone, from the hymn to Apollo that runs from lines 5 to 10. And these are the only 2 instances in the Theognidia. In Anacreon's melic poetry, we find 407.2, Propene Radanus o Philemerus, and then Radanus Polus at PMG 456. It also turns up just once in Alcman Archilochus, but Radinos is not an epithet used in extant Simonides, Pindar, or Bacchylides. So it's perhaps rarer than one might think, and its presence in 1002 is perhaps significant. Then moving back to 996, the breeding of mules, he me onoi, by the mating of onoi with mares, figured in Anacreon, PMG 377. I've put that down as handout 8. Incidentally, the only onoi in PMG, and PMG doesn't have any he me onoi at all. Now, of course, onoi, mules, asses, appear also in the first line of the very much cited Theognis poem on eugenics at 183 to 192, Crius men kai onus didzematha, curne kai hippus eugenias. And he me onoi appear in Theognidia 1201, the poem where Theognis complains his mules no longer plough his land. But the inclination to perceive things in equiterms, also exemplified by Anacreon's poem beginning Pole Thrakie te Demeloxon, might go together with the singer's appreciation of slender limbs, rathanos limbs, as a slender support for the Anacreontic authorship of 993 to 1002. I wouldn't put a lot of my money on that being by Anacreon, but I put some of it on that poem being by Anacreon. A second dark horse is found in the Catena, which runs from 889 to 890, handout 13. And here the third couplet, Alaiskron parionta kai okut balon epibanta hippon me polemon dacroen esidane, has a link with the fragment of Anacreon 2.2, elegiac fragment 2.2, which is handout 14. O filio hos cretere paraplio oina patadsdo nekia kai polemon dacroenta lege. And here, polemon dacroenta is in the same sedes as in Theognidia 890, which is not the case in the three Iliadic instances where dacroenta qualifies polemon, which I've put down as handout 15. There are, of course, one or two other early cases of dacroes, which I've put down in handout 16, but it's not that common. So again, the question by its presence both in 889 to 90 of the Theognidia and in fragment Elegiacum 2.2 of Anacreon raises the question whether these are by the same poet. The other place where polemon and dacroenta are found in the same line is in an inscribed poem, handout 17, from the deme Prospalta, commemorating the death of one Gnathios, dated to 425 to 400. Enthadener omasen catahorkia paidas rastes nekia sumekstein polemon tamadacro enta. And in 2010, I suggested that the language of the oath polemon dacroenta more probably drew directly on the epic instances that I've cited earlier from the Iliad than owing anything to Anacreon. But I have now changed my mind on that, and I do think that the extremely unusual detail in this epitaphic poem of the reason for this young person rushing off to die in war, eros, not just eros, but eros for a pice, points rather to the thought that Gnathios, or the friend who composed his epitaph, was a fan of Anacreon and knew Anacreon fragment Elegiacum 2.2. And is it mere coincidence that the stone bearing this inscription comes from what is now called Kalivia Kuvara, probably the deme centre of Prospalta, some 6 miles, 10 kilometres from the deme center of Myrrhinus, the only deme from which the personal name Academus is attested. One personal name Academus with a fixed location in Attica, and that is 6 miles from where this Gnathios poem was found. Coincidence is always possible. If I had to put bets concerning other poems in Book 1 by Anacreon, they would be those I list in handout 18, but no time to look at that today. And no time either today to look at handout 18E, the presence of Theognidia 460 on the new Teos inscription, preceded and followed by different lines from the Theognidia. It'll be a big problem for anybody to solve. I haven't yet got a solution. Overall, however, I think that there is a case for thinking that some poems in Book 1 of the Theognidia could be by Anacreon. Now I turn to Book 2, which, as I've argued elsewhere, seems clearly to be a collection made independently of Book 1, though perhaps its late 5th century instantiation was, like much of Book 1, put together by Euenus, and hence, as I've already said, the inclusion, handout 19, of a poem that seems very probably by Euenus, 1351-50, the poem Ai Paidos Ero Apolokros. And as said, there are erotic couplets by Solon and a couplet and a quatrain by Theognis. And the presence of these pieces by Solon and Theognis shows that this cannot be a collection entirely by Euenus itself, but as already said, I now doubt that there is much Euenus in it at all. One very striking feature of Book 2 is the many poems addressed O Pi, or in one case, Pi. 16 pieces scattered through the 160 lines open with the address O Pi. A 17th is addressed simply Pi, an 18th is addressed O Kale Pi, all this is in handout 20, and then a 19th is addressed O Paidon Kaliste. And I had said at an earlier point that it is likely that among the innumerable erotic elegies sung by archaic and early classical symposiasts, a fair number began with the vocative O Pi. However, in early elegy that currently survives, it is actually only in Book 2 of the Theognidia that the vocative O Pi appears, and perhaps surprisingly, handout 21, it is only once found in the amatory poems of the Palatine and Planudian anthologies, 12-180 by Strato. There are also a couple of non-amatory epigrams in the anthology, a poem where Gregory of Nazianzus is addressed O Pi by the speaker, who is his father, and another poem where an alcoholic mother addresses an infant child with the words O Pi, but these can be set aside. O Pi as an address in an erotic context is much less common than you might think, starting on first principles. Did this predominance of O Pi in Book 2 come about because a compiler of the book, at whatever date, used a vocative O Pi as a sufficient condition for inclusion of a piece in his collection? Anything that has O Pi in it, we'll put it in. Or did a single singer regularly use O Pi as a sort of sfregis, as a seal, comparable to use by Theognis of the vocative Courne, to mark his songs as instantly recognizable in a sympotic world where the borrowing or stealing of songs was a common phenomenon. The latter seems to me more probable, that is, that he was using it as a seal, just as Theognis uses Courne as a seal. In 2012, I scrutinized only corpora of elegy and epigram for cases of pi and opi, and that was a mistake, which I can now rectify. I should have looked at PMG, Poetae Meliki Graiki, as well. Now, opi is there found rarely, only in poems of Anacreon. Here, in what follows, I exclude cases where pi means child and is followed by the parent's name in the genitive. There are some cases of these, of course. The cases where a poem is addressed pi or opi are in handout 22, Agide Ferhemin opi, or opi Parthenion Blepon, which is 360, Ferhido Feroinen opi, 396. Two of these cases are addresses to boys pouring wine, but that does not put them in a wholly different category from the opi addresses of Book 2, since vase paintings make it clear that boy wine pourers, quite often naked on vases, could be objects of sexual attention in symposia. And I recommend the chapter of Kate Topper in her 2012 book in my bibliography entitled Eros, Service and the Oinochos. It should be said that in Homeric poetry, the vocative pi is remarkably rare too. Handout 24, we have a case from the Homeric hymns, O pi, os en nikno katakei menio moibus, and then cases of pi followed by a parent's name in the Odyssey, and a number of cases in Pindar, handout 25, where we have pi without a genitive of a parent, and where the addressee is addressed opi because his victory has been in a category of pides in the agones, and it's important for the song to pick out the precise nature of his victory. So it's a rather different situation from the sympathetic opi that we find both in Anacreon, Poetae Meliki Graiki, and in Thognadir, Book 2. On the basis then of the addresses pi or opi in Melic and other elegiac poetry, I suggest prima facie that the opi poems of Book 2 have some claim to Anacreontic authorship. One of the longer poems, handout 26, has a few features that link it with Anacreon, and I'd be quite interested to pursue these features at some point, but I don't want to prolong this discussion too much at the moment. But I do want to pick out the reference me adice in line 1, do not do me injustice, which seems to link up with the remark, handout 27, by Maximus of Tyre, saying that Anacreon says that tadekaya are something that is kalon for eros. Also perhaps the appeal to euphrosune in line 2, which might link up with euphrosiunas in line 4 of Anacreon fragment Elegiacum 2. And then the phrase in line 10, hupselas es korphas orion, where Anacreon 356 has hupselas orion korphas. And we do find the phrase hupselon orion korphas at Iliad 12:282, and also without the epithet hupselas in Alcman. So I wouldn't put a lot of weight on this, but again, I'm building bricks from a few straws, and we are living in a world where a few straws is what we usually have. I think a case canon should be made for 1365 to 6, being Anacreons 2, handout 28. O paidon kalisti kai himoro estede, panton stetha tu kai moi par epaskuson. Epe, O most beautiful and desirable of boys, stand right there and listen to these few words of mine. And the opening words of that hexameter are inscribed in a tondo of a red figure Attic cup, coming out of the mouth of a reclining symposiast. You see the picture at handout 23. I think it's handout 20, Tanagar cup. And 33, I'm sorry, handout 33. The painter of this cup has not been identified. Barringer, 1981, in the bibliography, suggested it to be the Brugos painter, but I found nobody else who shares that view, and I've asked quite a few vase experts. Of course, the words O paidon kalisti may well have opened many elegiac symphotic songs that we do not have, and variants of these words were very probably spoken, if not sung, many times in archaic symposia by a would-be Erastes. But this is the only place we actually have it. Most of the hexameter is identical with all but two words of the hexameter of 11, 17 to 18 that I put as item 18 on the handout. Plute theon kalisti kai himoro estede panton sun soi kai kakason gineta eslos aner. It seems to me that it is at the very least possible that the vase painter of the Tanagra vase knows and inscribes the opening words of what we have as Theognidia 1365-6. He gives no indication of the identity of this singer, but we have very many Attic vases produced at the same time that attest the huge popularity of Anacreon in Attic symphotic society, imagined by the vase painters. I stress imagined by the vase painters because we can never be quite sure how far what they are giving us is their imagination as opposed to this fantastic real life that is sometimes conjured up. Three of the vases in question actually bear the name Anacreon, a cup by Altos in the British Museum around perhaps as early as 520. Then a cup essentially contemporary with the Tanagra cup, not a cup, I'm sorry, but a Lekythos in Syracuse, signed by the potter Gades. And then just a bit after 500, fragments of a calyx crater in Copenhagen by the Cleophades painter. And all of these images in which the name Anacreon confirms of whom they are representations reflect the pharma, the pheme, the kleos that Anacreon developed and sustained over the years which survived the murder of Hipparchus and the expulsion of Hippias. There's another possibility too, my handout 31, for the inscription of Anacreontic poetry on Athenian pottery. Here, a hymn to Apollo and perhaps Artemis flows from an inscription, flows from the mouth of a singer whose name, labelled on the vase, Ekphantades, a fragmentary calyx crater attributed to Euphronios, now in Munich. And Emily Vermeulen, who first published these fragments in 1965, thought that this hymn might be a hymn in glyconics or in the meter of the Attic Scholia by Anacreon. It was the meter that led her in this direction, and the suggestion is accepted in a number of places. Given, however, a comic poet, my handout 32, much later, who wins comic victories probably in the 450s BC, call ekphantades, and given the way that musical activities seem to run in families, it seems to me that the vase painter of around 500 of the item number 31 may think that his character ekphantades is singing a song by himself, ekphantades, and not by an Anacreon. So I wouldn't like to include my item 31 as an Anacreon song documented by vases. As well as the vases I've mentioned with the name Anacreon, there is the very well-known, I quote, group of vases whose subject matter is revelers wearing the hemation with long chitone, mitras, and in some cases earrings and parasols as well, and one of them actually bearing the poet's name. However, one interprets these vases, which initially by Beasley were called Buna vases, they demonstrate the continued impact of Anacreon's poetry in a sympotic context as late as the 480s. Let me sum up. Book 2 has a very high proportion of poems opening pi or o-pi. That surprisingly rare form of address is best attested in the melic poems of Anacreon. We can chart Anacreon's popularity in the Athenian Symposia of the years 515 to 480, and the figure reclining on a tanagra vase, though he is not one of those who affect orientalizing dress, seems to me likely to be a fan of Anacreon. I don't think he's Anacreon himself, he looks a bit too young. The words coming from his mouth, O Paidon Callisti, are, I suggest, the opening of Theognidia 1365 to 6, and these lines are, I believe, a couplet composed by Anacreon. And so too are all the pi or o-pi pieces, many, of course, simply the beginnings of songs, not complete songs, that we have in Book 2. Anacreon, or one of his friends or fans, will have assembled a collection or selection of Anacreon's elegiac songs in his later years, perhaps around 480, to some extent on the model of Theognis' own collection. And recall I said earlier I accepted the view that Theognis might have made his own collection sometime in the late 6th century. Towards the end of the 5th century, Euenus, the sophist, built a larger selection of homoerotic poetry around this anacreontic core, including a couplet by Solon, a quatrain by Theognis, and a much longer poem of his own. And he also put a few anacreontic pieces into the Sympotic songbook that he assembled for the sons of Callias, the ancestor of the major part of Theognidia, Book 1. Whether it was Euenus or Anacreon who placed the opening and the closing poems of Book 1 where they are, another interesting question, but for another day, is something I'm waiting for Euenus to tell me in my next dream in which he appears. Thank you very much.
We invite questions and comments. Yes, thank you.
In number 28 of your handout, you compared two passages from Theognidia. They might both have used a much earlier source, namely Oidipodeia. I quote, Al etikallliston te kai chimero estaton allon paida philon kreontos amimonos haimona dion. It is worth noting also that the first of the passages you quoted remains in dialogue with yet another passage of the Theognidia, especially in its second part. I quote, Book 2, 13:19 to 22. Opai epeitoi docet he acharin chimero essan, Kypris sond eidos, pasine oisi melei, tont ep akuson emon, kai emencharin entcheo tchimo. Such repetitions can be interpreted as elements of a symposium game of variations, I think, not necessarily by one author. Would you include also Anacreon's imitators in Book 2? Not only Anacreon, but also his imitators.
Would I think that the poems with which this is in dialogue, which are in Book 2 already, one of them is in Book 2, is that right?
Yes, it's Book 2, these lines.
Yes. That
there is a kind of variation, especially of this.
Yes,
the first.
Because that begins Opai, on my hypothesis, it is a poem that is by Anacreon. I can see, however, that whereas my idea that Opai is an anacreontic feature is one hypothesis which I would be reluctant at the moment to abandon, I should also concede that any imitator of Anacreon would be likely, amongst the ways in which he would imitate Anacreon, to use Opai as a mode of address. And of course you're right that imitation and imitatio con variatione, which one finds throughout the rest of Greek literature, is something that begins, as we can see it, in the sympotic context. I'm not sure whether you yourself would want to say the second of these poems is not Anacreon.
Hard to say, hard to say.
I think I would not be unhappy to concede that some of the Opai poems are imitation of Anacreon rather than real Anacreon. Just as, of course, in later Melic history, imitate Anacreon became a Melic game that gave us the Anacreontea. But I don't think that concession is incompatible with retaining a view that there is a core of Opai Anacreon poems. Do you think it is incompatible?
I haven't studied the subject so deeply as you did.
Well, I don't know that I was looked deeply. I've looked long, but maybe not deeply enough. One can drink long, but not necessarily deeply. And
what about the first parallel, the old one?
The Oedipedea?
Yeah.
Well, I will have to look. I'm afraid I had missed that entirely.
So this is this passage. Unfortunately, I haven't noted the number of the fragment.
Well, I shall hope we can chase it up together at some point.
Yes, yes.
The whole question of the location and date of the Oedipideia has to be gone into, but we could be fairly sure it was earlier than Anacreon, I think.
I think so.
Yes, well, that there should be dialogue with epic epithets is not surprising. Polemon katadakro enta, Iliadic phrase, is then reworked in Polemon dakro en ezidein. This, Umphrey lemon orion coropas, I think one could list not just, of course, in Anacreon, but as a feature of all elegiac and melic poetry, that there is to a greater or lesser degree a reworking of certain language of epic. And the Ibricus case of Polemon katadakro enta that I didn't talk about, but I think I included in one of my numbers of the handout, in the Polycrates poem, what Ibricus is doing when he uses the phrase Polemon katadakro enta, precisely the three words in sequence of the Iliadic cases, is quote the Iliad. He's not just alluding to epic phrases, he's quoting here. Now,
in this case, it is
the
also
context of the Oedipideia to know whether this is quoting or alluding.
The three elements
Yes.
identical with the Theognidia. We shall think about it.
I'm sure that every pice in an Attic symposium was expected to recognize an allusion to the Oedipideia.
Thank you.
Are there more questions, perhaps, from those present online?
Ewan, thank you very much for your so interesting paper. And I would like to add two short questions. I remember in your article published in 1997 on a Theognidia, Step Towards Collection of Fragments, you suggested that one of the consequences of publishing the collection of fragments may be the disappearance of complete poems, from which extracts were put into the collection. And this may have happened to Theognis, as you said. You said about Theognis. And do you think that the same mechanism can also explain that so few elegiac Anacreon poems survived? It's my first question. And the second about this opai as allusion or imitation of Anacreon. It's very tempting, I think, but I would like to say something as an advocatrix diaboli. This attribution, the attribution of a piece of poetry based of such a rather short phrase carries, I think, certain risks. For example, especially when we have to do with an oral tradition. For example, if
when we have to do with
oral transmission and oral performance, if Athenaeus, for example, had not informed us that the author of two elegiac lines is Anacreon, the first words of which are Uphileo, we can think that these elegiac lines are by Archilochos, especially if we know a poem by Archilochus started with Uphileo, Megan Strategon, and then also the construction of the whole piece is very similar, Uphileo Allah. So there is a risk that when we have such a small phrase we can do mistake, because we can try to believe that it must be by this or this author. But what you have said about Opie seems quite tempting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina. Well, these are both important points. On the first one, what I didn't bring in, small detail, the fragments of Anacreon's melic poetry seem to come from books 1, 2, and 3, and we don't have any assignation to any other book. Crinagoras, I think it was Crinagoras, gave a present to one of the ladies of the household of Augustus of a volume of wrote a poem, dedicatory poem for giving a present of an edition of Anacreon in 5 books. What is going on? It could be that there are 2 different editions of Anacreon circulating in the imperial period, one of which is used by scholia and by grammarians and the sort of stuff that goes in scholia, and another of which is to be found in booksellers. But my hypothesis would rather be that a complete edition of Anacreon in the Augustan period had 3 volumes of Mele, 1 volume of Elegia, 1 volume of Giambi, 5 books. If that is so, then the deleterious effect of producing a selection of Anacreontic elegy in Book 2, if that's what Book 2 is, hasn't killed the author's own, or hasn't removed the existence of a complete book of Anacreontic elegies. Unless, of course, Book 4 or Book 5 of what was given by Crinagoras to the Augustan lady was actually Book 2 of Theogonus, which is not wholly impossible, but maybe improbable. So, I still think that any collection of any anthologizing is perilous. Your second question or point, reservation. I would want to draw a distinction between any 2-word phrase and evocative. Because certainly if you have evocative corne, that of course can be imitated by anybody, it can be eliminated by anybody, and you can replace it with thume, but it prima facie seems to have worked for some proportion of Thucydidean poems that came down. I agree that Opie can also be imitated, or you can put something there in its place that has the same metrical shape. But I don't think it is quite so open to failure as a sphyragis as Umphrey would be open to failure as a sphyragis. And of course, there are 1 or 2 other Umphrey poems, I think, in the Ognidia as well. I can't bring them up to my head at the moment. And I would think that it was a very common move in a symphotic context to say Umphrey, just as it's a very common move to begin a poem polla or polloi, and then go on to distinguish one's own position from the polloi or polla. So, thank you very much. I think both of these forced me to think further, which is a good thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's time to proceed, so thank you very much, Ivan, for presenting the paper. I'm sure we will all continue to think about Anacreon, but now it's time for Hipponax to enter the stage. The next speaker is Vanessa Katam of the French CNRS and also the Center Anhima, a center for the anthropology and history of the ancient world. And the title of Vanessa's talk today is Sense and Reference in Hipponax.
Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Sip of water. Sorry.
The camera is there, I think.
Yeah. Okay, sense and reference in Hipponax. My title alludes to Gottlob Frege's influential work Sinn und Bedeutung, Sense and Reference, as it was translated into English, a work that kick-started a century of analytic philosophy. Frege made a key linguistic distinction. He distinguished between, on the one hand, the reference or referent of a unit of language, which is the object it indicates, and on the other hand, its sense, which is what the name expresses. In what follows, I'm going to use the terms referential, reference, referentiality quite a lot. So by reference or referentiality, I mean the notion drawn from philosophy of language, which, to put it very simply, is the semantic property which some linguistic expressions have that connects them to extra-linguistic entities. To the semantic property there corresponds a psychological reality or cognitive phenomenon, a thought whose bond with an object is robust enough for it to count as genuinely singular. The idea I'm trying to get at is the distinction between language and thought that relates directly to something concrete out there in the world, and on the other hand, language which denotes mental constructs, the thoughts in our heads, which we communicate to each other and share. I would like to invite you to think about Hipponax's poetry with the ideas of sense and reference in mind. After all, an ancient audience would have faced the pragmatic task of deciding how referential a performance was, how connected or not to concrete elements of the reality in which it was performed. This is a challenge which, in a different way, we are still faced with today when making sense of the archaic Greek lyric poets. As a stark example, just think of the recently discovered Sappho poem, the so-called Brothers' Song. Commentators are baffled about what sort of world it refers to. If it's something more or less like the real world, where someone's real-life brother might face death at sea and leave his family destitute? Or is it all a ritual construct, some kind of paradigmatic anthropological schema? Such a referential calculation, if you will have been an essential part of the interpretation of our poetry for ancient audiences as well as modern ones. And it goes without saying that the poetry rarely allows clear-cut conclusions. Not only because we as modern audiences are far removed from the original context and so are missing vital cues, but also because a certain referential ambiguity is inherent to the poetry itself. Bill Allen, writing specifically about Giambo in his Green and Yellow commentary, says, quote, "There is no sharp dichotomy of real versus fictional, but a spectrum of possibilities, with degrees of fictionalizing, and every poet is free to move along this continuum as he sees fit." End of quote. And it seems to me that Hipponax deliberately foregrounds this sort of question. In fact, I'm going to venture as far as saying, for the purposes of this paper, that a certain referential playfulness, or better still, a referential mischievousness, lies at the heart of Hipponax's poetics. To anticipate the direction of my argument, I would like to suggest that Hipponax uses language in such a way that it teases you in the direction of thinking that it has reference, or that reference is important, only to pull the rug from under your feet. He likes to set up a tension between reference and sense, and this referential teasing is a signal aspect of his poetics. So I'm going to start by looking at some geographical terms in Hipponax's corpus. Geographical markers can play a special role in an argument about referentiality because they are unambiguously singular terms, as philosophers say, meaning that they refer to one particular element of reality. They label a place in the world. And perhaps more than any other proper name, they point out forth to something very definite and specific out there, which we're able to pinpoint on a map, or should be able to pinpoint on a map. Geographical names occur with great frequency in Hipponax. They accumulate to lend a veneer of geographical specificity in his poetry. And they combine with the frequent use of Lydian terms in particular to place the poetry firmly in the setting of 6th century multicultural Ionia. Geographical terms also lend vividness and local colour. So, for example, fragment 2, which is on the handout, speaks of a woman in a Coraxian mantle. Fragment 36 has an anonymous character feast on delicacies like a eunuch from Lampsacus, so not any old eunuch, but a eunuch from Lampsacus. Fragment 1, 2, 3 tells us of someone nibbling on a dried Libydian fig from Camandulus. Again, not any dried fig, but specifically one connected to these two localities in Asia Minor. The syndicon diasphagma in fragment 3 is a sexual euphemism, as Ezekiel tells us, but even here we have geographical specificity. Let's take a look at a longer fragment, fragment 42 west of 7 Degani, which is item 3 on the handout. And I've put down the unamended text and a much reduced apparatus. And I'll start by reading out the fragment in English. Louder. Follow the Smyrna road. Doesn't that echo? No? Okay. Okay. Follow the Smyrna road, straight on through Lydia, past the tomb of Attalles and the gravestone of Gyges, and the stele of Sesostris and the memorial of Tmolus, Sultan of Mytilus, turning your paunch towards the setting sun. The fragment presents itself as a set of directions, mentioning a series of geographical landmarks. To a modern ear, it sounds almost like a set of sat-nav instructions, or as Calvert Watkins put it using a quainter analogy, a versified Baedeker. What we make of the fragment depends in large part on whether we think that this list would have given the audience an impression of exoticism, or whether it would have drawn them into a shared sense of familiarity. The latter is likely, as Bowie remarks, quote, Hipponax is playing upon an audience's presumed familiarity with the topography of the triangle Fesdomini, Ephesus, Sardis, and presenting himself as one of those who knew their way around it, end of quote. At any rate, regardless of the exact identification of the landmarks and their placing on the map, these monuments seem to make sense as real landmarks. Such monuments are indeed known to have flanked the Smyrna road. And so this utterance presents itself in the first instance as referential, as being about something out there in the real world. On the other hand, it is an elaborate poetic utterance. Calvert Watkins again has illustrated its elaboration. It is a good example of a poetic list, a conceit with Homeric pedigree. It echoes the Homeric formula tum boite stellete, as it occurs, for instance, in Book 16 of the Iliad in an Asiatic context, substituting kai for te, and like many poetic lists, it amplifies the final item according to Behagel's law, which is seen also in the Homeric catalogue of ships. And this sense of poetic elaboration is reinforced by the verse initial rhyme, kai thema kai mnema. The last line of the fragment, too, has a Homeric ring to it, towards the setting sun being a Homeric formula. But all this poetic elaboration here is a setup, a preparation for bathos. And here it is the gaster, the belly, the iambic organ par excellence, which we're supposed to turn towards the setting sun. So it is perhaps unsurprising that the choice of the landmarks, too, seems dictated as much by poetic requirements as by geography. The tomb of Attalus refers to the Lydian king, son of the Mermnad Sadiatis and brother of Aliatis, who ruled in the first half of the 6th century. Similarly, Gyges is the Lydian king about whom we hear a great deal in Herodotus. It is possible that given Hipponax's fondness for losers, and the conjunction of these two Lydian kings has ironic overtones, alluding to Lydian military defeat, first by the Cimmerians and then by Persia. For the following two names, the text is problematic, but this arguably makes things more interesting. There is nothing like a good crux to bring into relief interpretive issues. For instance, Schneiderwin has an intriguing correction, wishing to understand the codices meaningless megastru as the vestige of a genuine genitive of a feminine name. Schneiderwin's reading is inspired by a passage of the 4th century author Clearchus, which I put on the handout and will read quickly. Clearchus said in his book 1 of his Erotica, Gyges, the king of Lydia, was not only outspokenly devoted to his lover while she was alive, to the extent he turned himself and his entire realm over to her, but also after she died, he assembled all the Lydians from the countryside and heaped up what is even today referred to as the courtesan's tomb. He made it high enough that when he travelled around the territory on this side of Mount Molus, he could see the tomb no matter where he happened to be, and it would be visible to all the inhabitants of Lydia. Now, unfortunately, this reading is not convincing. We have no attestation for such a name, and the manuscript reading is well explained by Martin West, as an intrusive gloss, with mega written above the line at mutalidi. The most convincing emendation is Berg's Thesaurus, which is received into the text by West, even though I've found a footnote in an article by his own wife on the Thesaurus stele saying that she would treat it with caution. Still, the emendation is pretty much universally accepted. So the stele would be that of the mythical Egyptian pharaoh Sesostris. And we hear about Sesostris and his stele in Herodotus, Book 2. The passage is on the handout. Sesostris raised a powerful army and marched across the continent, reducing to subjection every nation in his path. Whenever he encountered a courageous enemy who fought valiantly for freedom, he erected pillars on the spot, inscribed with his own name and country, and a sentence to indicate, by the might of his armed forces, he had won the victory. If, however, a town fell easily into his own hands, without a struggle, he made an addition to the inscription on the pillar, the stele in the Greek text. For not only did he record upon it the same facts as before, but added a picture of a woman's genitals, meaning to show that the people of that town were no braver than the women. Most of the pillars which King Sesostris erected in the conquered countries have disappeared, but I have seen myself in Palestine with the inscription I mentioned and the drawing of a woman's genitals. In Ionia also there are two images of Sesostris cut on rock, one on the road from Ephesus to Phocaea and the other on the road between Sardis and Smyrna. Now, none of this is historical, except that there was indeed on the Ephesus road a monument thought to be Sesostris stele, although in fact it was a Bronze Age Anatolian relief. The point, however, is not the actual monument, but the existence of a tradition associating these monuments to stories of weak Lydian rulers in thrall of their women. Excuse me. And the point of my reading out these passages to you, even the Clearchus story about a reading that I reject, is to build for you the picture of a tradition along these lines. I think we may reasonably start to sense a ring of iambic mockery in this sequence of names. The final item of the list is also textually corrupt. The reading usually accepted is totos, genitive of tos. This is an Anatolian name, but it is not attested until several centuries after Hipponax. In a 2013 article, Alexander Dale has proposed a new reading, Mnema Tmalu, the Memorial of Tmolus. This is reasonably secure, since it is based on a clear allusion in Nicander. This would give us the name of the mythological king of Lydia, after whom Mount Tmolus is named. Now, Tmolus' wife was Umphrey, and after his death, she reigned over Lydia and was the mistress, in more senses than one, of Heracles during his period of slavery. The story is told by Apollodorus. Umphrey's union with Heracles was in historical time hailed as the origin of the Heraclid dynasty of the Tyranids, so that it had contemporary relevance. Whether or not there was an historical ruler named Tmolus, and the evidence for this is problematic, it is not unlikely that the mythological associations of the name remain relevant. The story of Umphrey and Heracles is the subject of a satyr play by Ion of Chios, where, insofar as we can tell, it gives plenty of opportunity for crude humour, including the implication that Heracles goes native and becomes effeminate. So is the mention of Tmolus and Hipponax meant to suggest another Lydian loser? Is it some sort of punchline? Of course, I am speculating, but these associations seem to be adding up and perhaps may amount to a cumulative argument. Back to the referential question. There is a sense in which following these directions might not lead us to a destination in quite the way we'd expected, and that it's really not about landmarks in the real world at all. And yet it is striking that here we have a whole section of a poem that is couched as a set of directions, an utterance that purports to be referential, and one whose entire point rests on a connection with something tangible out there. But the reference of this set of instructions is torpedoed by the sense of Hipponax's trademark bathos and mockery. Let's have a look at one last fragment that uses geographical names and where we have that same play between sense and reference. This is fragment 50 West. And this time, instead of a set of directions, we have an address. Someone lives behind the town in the Smyrna district of Ephesus, between Tracheia and Lepraacte, and in Martin West's translation, these names are between rough side and scabby edge. Here again, we are set up to take this utterance as referential. The proper names it includes as a label for labels for specific slices of reality. But also we are pulled in that other direction. This is more about the names themselves than their reference. And the world that the utterance as a whole refers to is likely to be that strange, fantastical concoction of a low-life world which the corpus of Hipponax as a whole conjures up. West's translation of the place names brings out the humorousness, but does not preserve the original ambiguity, for the names Tracheia and Lepraacte are indeed accurate, they are actual names, at least as far as Straber is concerned. However, the point of them in Hipponax is to convey something of the person who lives at this address. It may seem like I'm stating the obvious, but I'm trying to build a picture of Hipponax's referential play. Let's broaden out a little from singular terms that are geographical names to other ways in which Hipponax lends a referential texture to his language. Fragment 92 is one of the longest and juiciest fragments we have of Hipponax, and it encapsulates much of what is distinctive and intriguing about his poetry, including his referential mischievousness. This is item 5, I think, on the handout. It is a famous account in the first person of what is thought to be a gruesome cure for impotence. Here, geographical specificity comes not only by the use of place names, the remarkable Pugella, on which more anon, but also in the occurrence of foreign language. At the beginning of the fragment, we are told that the enchantress speaks in Lydian, Ludidzusa, and scholars have exercised themselves over whether this truly is more or less Lydian, or whether it is gibberish meant to stand for Lydian. Either way, we are given a set of Greek letters emulating the foreign sounds. The Lydian formula enacts or purports to enact a magical utterance, so that the combination of foreign and magical talk adds to the referential texture by suggesting that we are hearing the ipsissima verba. These lines are followed by more direct speech, but if earlier the woman had been speaking in Lydian, here she is said to speak in an imaginary language that is described as Pugisti, or Arthish in West's translation. The Arthish, in turn, turns out to be Greek of sorts. The unusual formation Pugeon for Puge may suggest the bilingual enchantress's Pidgin Greek. And the wordplay on the pathetic root continues at line 15, where the locative Pugelesi appears to be a pun on Pugela and Puge. A town named Pugela did in fact exist, near Ephesus and Cleisdomene, and Strabo tells us its curious foundation myth, which I put on the handout. It is said to have been founded when a party of Agamemnon's soldiers, returning from the Trojan War, stayed behind in Asia, having been struck by Pugalgia, Arthic, hence the name. Moreover, the startling lowness of the subject matter and the raw physical and sensory quality of the description create an impression of vivid immediacy. The gruesome action is conveyed in the rawest detail, replete with anatomical and spatial coordinates. Such explicit language seems to adhere closely to tangible reality. This also adds to the language's texture of referentiality, for it tightens the gap between word and world. The explicit detail elicits a reaction of disgust, which is among the most physical of emotions. It conjures up the echo of a sensory experience. The language of the fragment is idiosyncratic in other ways too. The words in what remain of line 9 are unparalleled usages. Parapsidastonis hapax eiremenon, an ad hoc verb coined from the noun sides, droplets. And bolbitoi means dung and is only here used of human excrement. These are singular terms, if only in this attenuated sense. Laure in line 10 refers to the side streets leading up to private houses, and secondarily, since these must have been filthy, with the contents of toilet pots, to sewers. Here it is used as a rude euphemism, the back alley. The possible Trojan-themed joke in the name Pugela ties in with further suggestions of epic subversion, and so it turns out that the vivid bodily immediacy of this low descriptive narrative goes hand in hand with epic parody. The beetles, which come buzzing attracted by the smell, are the excuse for a military image and an absurd, low, epic reworking. The beetles divide into two contingents. One attacks and strikes down something, we don't know what, possibly the speaker himself, while the other contingent attacks from the rear, so to speak, to storm the gates of Eponex's backside, or the arsenal in West's rendering. The verb empipto is standard in the Iliad for to fall upon or to attack, and Deborah Steiner has outlined a detailed comparison with the simile of an insect swarm in Iliad 16, the scene of the battle over the body of Sarpedon. I've put details of that on the handout. So here in this fragment, we have a tension between sense and reference. On the one hand, the impression that the poetry refers to a world that is so explicit and vividly portrayed, with its uncomfortably uncensored bodily detail, replete with olfactory and auditory indications, with its foreign sounds and geographical specificity, that it invites us to think of it as immediate and singular. Whereas, on the other hand, the sustained parody and the self-irony it implies flip that illusion and expose the domain of reference as very much an abstract poetic construct. This fragment is in many ways paradigmatic of Eponex's poetry, and many of its conceits are found throughout the corpus. Foreign terms and graphic depictions of bodily processes are present in Eponex's poetry to a degree far greater than any other archaic poet, building up the sense that when entering his poetic world, we are assaulted by unfiltered reality. spattered with bodily fluids, exposed to the multilingual chatter of the marketplace on the fringes of the Greek world. All this creates a veneer of referentiality, however fallacious. The impression that there is a close overlap between word and world, between Hipponax's words and the material objects and processes to which they refer. Onomatopoeia is referential, so to speak, inasmuch as it recreates what it denotes. And in Hipponax, it goes hand in hand with bodily function. Things like grunting and burbling. Gromphing denotes a sow in a context that we can only guess at, but is no doubt colourful. And someone or someone's stomach is said onomatopoeically to eborboruzde, to burble like a pan of soup, where the tenor and the vehicle of this image are both of equally low register. The verb is a vivid new formation from a noun meaning mud. It carries over into the image, suggesting the disgusting consistency of the soup. Ethnos is a thick pulse soup, according to Liddell and Scott. Similes, too, are employed to analogous effect. We are treated to an evocation of someone squawking like an owl in the lavatory. With its explicit and unconventional sexual narrative, Fragment 84 offers another image in which both tenor and vehicle are of disconcertingly low register. While I was fucking, pulling out the tip like skinning a sausage. In Fragment 24, we hear of something being clammy and putrid. Fragment 57 tells us of something that they drip like a strainer dripping dead wine. And similarly, in Fragment 56, we read of someone piercing the jar lid with a thin pipette. The tenor of these suggestive images is not preserved, but the rest of the corpus gives us clues. In any case, both of these last two images are drawn from the most prosaic side of the symposium, since the minutiae of serving the wine were the concern of slaves. And so these images would have interacted with the context of performance. Both convey a very immediate and sensory picture of some bodily process, and both have been interpreted as sexual images. Other aspects of Hipponax's language that convey an impression of singularity include the very many hapax e remina, there are 64, and an especially impressive amount considering how relatively little of Hipponax's text survives. And in addition, in many other cases, Hipponax gives us the first attestation of a word. I have included a partial list of hapax under item 8 on the handout, and these include such ad hoc coinages as interprandial shitter, navel snipper, referring to a midwife, cockshaker, orifice of self-exposer, gaping all the way to the shoulders, dagger in belly, etc., etc. The tension between sense and reference is embodied in the speaking I, who is the linchpin between the world of the poem and the real world of the performance. As the low-life, victimized persona who is recounting his experience gives way to a poet who is rather shrewder and more in control. This startling low-life persona has long been a vexed point in Hipponaxian scholarship, and it is likely that Hipponax the poet intended his audiences to be exercised in this way also. This is one more aspect of the referential play that seems to be his signature poetics. One view of Hipponax has him as the clever aristocrat who likes to pretend that he is rudis. This reminds me of in my current hometown of Siena, there is an Accademia dei Rozzi, which goes back to 1500 and is a kind of association of aristocratic intellectuals and seems to be playing a similar conceit. So here too, we see that it makes sense to view Hipponax's poetic stance in terms of referential mischievousness. Hipponax makes much of his own presence in his verses as an identifiable individual. He names himself more frequently than any other archaic poet, with the sole exception of Thucydides, where, however, the self-naming is formulaic, and so a different kettle of fish altogether. Discussion of Hipponax's name, too, features prominently in the modern scholarship, understandably given the arresting disconnect between the Hipponax in the poetry, which is consistent throughout the corpus, and any plausible biographical reality. But there are further ways by which Hipponax, the speaker and putative performer, draws attention to himself at the same time as he invites us to question the referential truth of his world at every turn. Hipponax's persona interacts with both real people and pointedly fictional people. So Boupalos and Athenis have a good claim to having been real people, whom Hipponax's audiences would have recognized as being real people. We have epigraphic evidence for the sculptural work of their relatives, named by Pliny, which I have put on the handout. Elsewhere, on the other hand, Hipponax interacts with blatantly fictional people, and especially a character named Arete, with her suspiciously Odyssean-sounding name, who is a love interest of both Hipponax and Boupalos. In fact, there are a good many Odyssean elements in Hipponax's narrative world, which have been seized on eagerly by commentators. There's a partial bibliography on the handout. It is possible that scholars have been a little bit overzealous in fastening onto the Odyssean elements in Hipponax, and a striking example is what has been thought to be an Odyssean title, which is in all the editions, Degani, West, and Gerber, which has in fact been shown by my good friend Enrico Prodi to come from a different papyrus altogether, and just to have ended up in the wrong folder by mistake in Oxford. Still, there is no doubt that there is an accumulation of allusion to broadly Odyssean themes and episodes and characters in the corpus of Hipponax. The most striking thing of all is the use to which these allusions are put. It is as if the persona of Hipponax has parachuted himself into an Odyssean setting. And this is something that I don't think we see anywhere else in archaic poetry. So it's time to conclude. I've tried to illustrate a trait of Hipponax's poetry that I've referred to as referential mischievousness. This seems to me to be peculiar to and distinctive of Hipponax's poetry. Indeed, in many ways, Hipponax's poetry is really quite different from other comparable poetry. In that sense, its particular brand of iambos is quite mysterious. We know that Hipponax was influential for the genre, not least because of his programmatic influence on later authors such as Callimachus and Herodotus. And yet it remains the case that Hipponax's own poetry, exactly what sort of poetry it is, remains quite mysterious, even beyond the difficulty of his fragmentariness and his textual and linguistic difficulty. Even beyond the shock of the lowness of Hipponax's subject matter, where any sort of undignified, sexual, violent, illegal, down-and-out situation, the worst kind of scatological humour, all these are much in evidence in the jagged scraps of Hipponax's corpus. Hipponax's extreme, unparalleled lowness of register goes hand in hand with heightened poetic language. This distinction between elevated poetic language and heightened poetic language seems to me to be relevant in this context. Heightened language is something that Michael Silk has written a lot about. It's his refrain, as it were. And Deborah Boydicker has underlined the distinction precisely in connection with Hipponax. And I quote from her. Michael Silk makes a pertinent distinction between elevated and heightened language. The former is typical of serious poetry, in Aristotle's sense of spudaios, conventional, stylized, often archaizing, and opposed to natural spoken language. The latter is a matter of ad hoc intensification and enhanced meaning. All the distinctive traits of Hipponax's poetry conspire towards the referential tension that I have tried to outline. Above all else, there is a strong sense one gets from reading his poetry of not being able to make sense of what sort of reality it is that he is referring to. What kind of world does this poetry belong to? How should we construe its here and now? As Ralph Rothen has said, in the case of language which has a satirical element, as Hipponax's languages clearly has, the matter of reference to external reality comes to the fore, because when language violates the norms of cultural decorum, questions of ontology and reference become more pressing. The audience is forced to examine the relation between what the poet is saying and an external reality, to ask the question, how does he mean it? Hipponax seizes on this and puts it at the heart of his poetics. Thank you. And apology, I'm not sure what's happened to my voice, but it's cracking terribly. It's not usually like this, I'm sorry.
Questions? Two questions. You.
Any theory of referentiality requires including all elements of the communication process. I mean, sender, message, and receiver. How would you define the third element?
How would I define
The third element of the process, the recipients. And would you categorize them? What kind of recipient would be ideal in case of Hipponax? There are many questions of that kind.
Well, I have tried to concern myself both with a putative original audience and with how the language strikes us, as I tried to make clear at the outset. I am wary of attaching too much to a possible performance context, beyond saying that it is likely that in many cases it's broadly sympathetic.
I meant only understanding the various levels of the text.
What do you mean by understanding the various levels of the text?
How they are perceived by various recipients. Some recipients can understand each allusion and so on, and some only the vulgar level.
So are you suggesting that there would have been elements of the audience who would have been taken in by Hipponax's pretense and others who wouldn't have?
But if you are constructing poetics of referentiality, I think it would be advisable to devote a chapter, a passage to that question in a more clear way, I think.
I'm afraid I don't understand what you're getting at. Could you give me an example?
I think that...
I understand your general proposition.
The theory must be shown as complete as possible, including the last element. And I would advise to develop the topic of the recipients.
Okay, suggestion taken. Thank you.
Lukia, you need to come.
Thank you, Vanessa. I have been thinking about similar questions for a long time. And I don't have a question really for you, but I want to bring in our discussion now that I remember, and perhaps for later, two modern examples. One of them is the series which is called by Alexander McCall Smith, called 44 Scotland Street, Scotland Street does exist in Edinburgh, but 44 does not. So, you know, it is amazing for somebody like me who has never been to, and that I think takes account of some of Jurek's points or potential points. I've never been to Scotland Street myself, and yet it makes sense to me. But others who know, who have been to Scotland Street, and it makes different sense, you know, so the cognitive spheres are different. And the other thing that I've always thought was a brilliant move was Woody Allen, The Purple Rose of Cairo, where the film character at the end jumps out of the screen into the audience, into the actual audience. And, you know, I don't know how exactly it ties with your referentiality, but I feel it does, because it is this, the second case is every creative writer's wish to make alive his creatures, you know, whatever the referential relationship to reality is. All of a sudden we have, you know, these characters that become real.
Thank you. Thank you, Lukia. Yes, there are many examples of similar conceits from all ages of literature and art. I don't want to give the impression that I imagine that Hipponax was meant to be taken on those lowly terms of his persona. I think he's always pulling the rug out from under your feet if you're ever tempted to think of his language as being referential.
One more question. You can ask questions in Italian too.
Sì.
One, from those present online, perhaps. Yeah.
No, forse una chiave secondo me interessante di questo lavoro è l'ambiguità, no? Tu hai più volte puntato l'accento sull'ambiguità, soprattutto rispetto all'uso della lingua, all'uso dei composti, all'uso di nuovi coni, e quindi forse questa referenzialità, per come tu l'hai ricostruita, in parte viene fuori molto dall'uso del linguaggio, da questa capacità di stratificare gli aspetti linguistici e di comporli in una dizione molto raffinata e per noi anche abbastanza complessa poi a capirsi in tutti i suoi punti. Sono più perplessa, ti devo dire, sulla referenzialità nella dimensione invece geografica, e lì naturalmente è vero quello che Lukia diceva, possiamo avere accenni a luoghi reali come se lo fossero, ma in realtà non è detto che fossero esattamente quei luoghi lì, però è anche vero che insomma una mappa dei lirici più o meno riusciamo a comporla, e forse anche per Ipponatte è così, quindi forse la referenzialità lì è giocata su un piano diverso, mentre sul linguaggio, sulla dizione proprio, gli aspetti di referenzialità mi sembrano più forti. Non lo so che ne pensi, se c'è una differenziazione, voglio dire, tra l'aspetto geografico e l'aspetto linguistico perlomeno. Grazie.
Non mi sembra, soltanto per quanto riguarda i termini geografici, non mi sembra una coincidenza che tutti quelli che vediamo, diversi di quelli tutti quelli di cui ho parlato, che sono quasi tutti, hanno queste associazioni piuttosto low and volgari. Non mi sembra un caso. ho ammesso io stessa che questi monumenti sono monumenti di cui conosciamo l'esistenza nella zona geografica in questione.
Invece io sono molto convinto di questa referenzialità geografica. Sono molto convinto dall'efficacia della referenzialità geografica perché è un elemento che torna più tardi, per esempio, nella poesia ellenistica, identico. Penso per esempio a Teocrito, cioè marcare il territorio attraverso riferimenti specifici che il pubblico di quel territorio capisce benissimo. E qui quello che Vanessa mette in evidenza è un rapporto molto stretto col territorio, retrostrante alla geografia della poesia ipponattea. Qui non è astratta, questa è reale referenzialità geografica che in quelle zone poteva essere capita, certo non da tutti, da quel pubblico sì, come quando Teocrito nell'Idillio VII fa riferimento alla tomba di Brasila e fa riferimenti topografici molto precisi che il pubblico di Kos capiva perfettamente, non è astrazione. Ora voi direte, ma questo è un poeta arcaico e quello è un poeta ellenistico. Sì, ma il rapporto tra Ipponatte, il gusto degli alessandrini per Ipponatte, cioè l'attenzione che avevano per questo nella ricezione della poesia di Ipponatte, forse è legata anche a questo tipo di elementi, cioè ad una referenzialità molto forte e molto concreta, per niente astratta, che non a caso ritroviamo nella loro poesia. Altro discorso è quello linguistico, e mi chiedo se, in questo a mio parere il problema che poneva Jersi è molto interessante, cioè quante persone del pubblico potevano capire certi livelli di referenzialità. E qui allora dobbiamo immaginare forse una polisemia della poesia ipponattea, cioè una capacità di questa poesia di esprimere livelli di referenzialità che guardavano a livelli diversi nella ricezione del pubblico, cioè doveva essere un pubblico che era in grado per una parte di percepire pienamente questa referenzialità, ma non tutto il pubblico poteva percepirla in pieno. In questo senso, secondo me, la poesia di Ipponatte è assimilabile più che ad altra poesia giambica, per esempio alla poesia della lirica corale, per esempio a Pindaro. Cioè a quel livello di polisemia e di referenzialità distinta, cioè in un'ode di Pindaro non tutti dovevano capire tutto. C'era una parte del pubblico che doveva capire tutto e c'era una parte del pubblico che doveva capire soltanto alcuni elementi del testo. E quindi c'è una polisemia ricercata, voluta. Io penso che una poesia con una polisemia così raffinata, cioè diciamo con una referenzialità così raffinata, non possa che essere una poesia volutamente polisemica, perché immaginare un pubblico che fosse in grado di recepire in toto tutti questi elementi referenziali, francamente mi fa una certa difficoltà, tutto il pubblico. Ecco. Quindi io credo che in realtà tutto questo si concili bene con un'idea di polisemia della poesia ipponattea che, ripeto, si rispecchia in alcuni momenti della poesia greca tardo-arcaica, direi soprattutto nella lirica corale, e anticipa alcuni elementi non a caso della poesia di età ellenistica, quando la ricezione di Ipponatte, in questo gli studi di Degani sono stati veramente magistrali, direi, ha avuto un successo straordinario, proprio perché evidentemente ritrovavano anche questi elementi di questa capacità polisemica della poesia ipponattea, insomma, in rapporto al pubblico. Quindi in questo senso direi che il problema che poneva Jersi mi sembra fondamentale, molto importante, cioè come si definiva il profilo del pubblico al quale era indirizzata una poesia come questa, insomma. Questo mi sembra un elemento davvero molto interessante.
Mi piace molto l'idea della polisemia. In genere il mio approccio è più la poesia è raffinata e polisemica, meglio è. E senz'altro spiega la predilezione dei poeti ellenistici verso l'ipponate. In questo caso però mi preoccupa anche un po' l'idea della polisemia. Da un lato perché l'ipponate, al contrario di Pindaro e delle ode corali, secondo me richiede un'audience più ristretta, un'audience simposiale, un'audience di aristocratici raffinati, e quindi in quel circolo ristretto è più probabile aspettarsi una comprensione a questo livello di polisemia. Dall'altro perché se si toglie la polisemia rimane soltanto una volgarità così bassa che non si capisce che valore possa avere. Quindi queste sono, da un lato sì, da un lato ho delle remore. Grazie comunque.
Thank you very much. I have a very short poetic fragment for you, just 2 words. Coffee break. Laura will tell us about it. Thank you.
Piccolo coffee break.
Okay, let's get things started after the break. I hope everyone's refreshed. There are some more people on the way, but we're going to start right now. So, hello again for this last session of our conference. There are 2 papers in this session, and the first one is by Krystyna Bartol of Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, and she's going to speak about early Greek elegy and epigram, a creative confrontation.
Thank you very much. Vorrei ringraziare cordialmente Laura e Silvio per aver organizzato questo convegno, e tutti siamo veramente felici di aver l'occasione per incontrarci in persona oggi. Il mio intervento sarà in inglese, allora let's start, let's change language, and I have to change my glasses. Those who deal with Greek lyric poetry probably remember the words of Gerhard Voll, written in the introduction to a collection of articles on elegy. I quote in translation, "Real life and poetry cannot be subordinated to rigid divisions delineated along the lines of arithmetical geometrical rules." End of the quote. They surely also remember the German scholar's comment on this diagnosis. This is where their beauty lies, or that is the most beautiful thing about them. Das ist das Schönste an ihnen. I'm not going to elaborate here on the relevance of Voll's statement in the relation to life. Let's leave that to the philosophers. Instead, I would like to underline the rightness of this observation in relation to early Greek poetic works composed in distichs, the first part of which was hexameter-line, the second double hemiepes, or the pentameter, if you like this absurd name for a verse which doesn't contain 5 of anything, as Martin West wittily concludes. In other words, I'm pointing out the pertinence of this judgment in relation to Greek elegy and epigram as early poetic forms. It is significant, as it seems, to be aware that blurring of generic determinants or vagueness of this generic concept, Verschwommenheit des Gattungsbegriffs in Voll's terminology, as regards these 2 varieties of artistic production, is conditioned by the poets and the recipients' changing approaches to the genre over time. While in the archaic and partly also in the classical periods, the process of forming the idea of a genre was of an identifying nature, that is, aimed at finding enough details of a poem so that it could be recognized in a given context. From the Hellenistic time onwards, it becomes an almost research attitude of a classificatory nature that involves organizing artistic pieces into groups and categories. So we are dealing with two views of the genre, a pragmatic and a normative one. For the purposes of this paper, I'm interested in the identification approach. In the first part of my talk, I will deal with some classical prose texts whose authors seem to have consciously made a clear distinction between epigram and elegy when talking about specific works, and with some testimonies pertaining to the idea of elegy. In the second part, I will focus on selected testimonies that illustrate the relationship between elegy and epigram from the perspective of the theory of the intermediality. The issues I'm raising are, of course, not entirely new. They were taken up already in Johannes Gefgen's time, and Bruno Gentili returned to them later with a new discussion. More recently, David Sider and several others have turned the discussion onto new tracks. So it seems justified to look once again at the question of the affinity and specificity of these two literary genres in their early stages, since the problem has still not been definitely clarified. All early examples referred the word epigramma to verse inscription, and the earliest testimony on elegos, the derivatives of which might be elegeion and elegeia, implies a kind of melodic accompaniment, not necessarily gloomy mood, as Pausanias suggests, to be the main characteristic of elegy. So it seems that what both types of verbal messages had in common in the earliest times was their clearly poetic or artistic character, manifested by using a metrical pattern, and what separated them was the manner of presenting, and consequently the manner of reception. In the case of epigram, it was writing and reading. In the case of elegy, singing or reciting and listening. Let us have a closer look at these testimonies. Herodotus, who is fond of citing inscriptions in his work, reserves the verb epigraphein and the related noun epigramma for inscriptions in meter, never in prose. For the latter, he uses the verb encolaptein, sometimes with the noun grammata, meaning cutting or carving letters upon a surface, for example, stone, similar in the sense to the word englyphein, curve, a word referring to the sketching of all kinds of shapes, not necessarily letters. It should be noted, however, that encolaptein can also refer to a versified inscription. While the three inscriptions cited by Herodotus as epigrams on the famous tripods seen by him in the temple of Apollo at Thebes, number 1a in the handouts, were arranged in hexameters, the inscriptions cited elsewhere, introduced with the form of the verb epigraphein, are arranged in elegiac distichs. At 577, number 1b in the handouts, he quotes the dedicatory inscription consisting of two elegiac couplets put on the bronze four-horse chariot at the entrance to the Acropolis. The quote is preceded by the words epigegraptai de hoitade. The inscription on it reads, at 728, number 1C on the handout, he quotes 3 epitaphs composed in elegiac distichs. The first 2 inscriptions are in 2 lines. The third one consists of 2 distichs. A memorial to all fallen in the war against the Persians, then one to the Spartans, and one to Megistias, the soothsayer. In all cases, Herodotus uses the epigrapho to indicate these verses. Also at 488, number 1D in the handouts, when he quotes 2 elegiac distichs placed on the votive painting of the bridging of the Bosporus in the temple of Hera, raised by Mandrocles, the architect of the bridge, he uses a form of the word epigraphein. It is the artistry of the metrical inscription that, besides commemoration, seems to be emphasized by Herodotus, who quotes 3 epigrams for the Spartans in such order that they form a neat triad. Herodotus does so as if he wanted to increase the artistic, poetic effect of the whole through the interaction imposed on its parts. It is also worth noting that when Herodotus quotes a poetic inscription on a tripod, he stresses that it is an hexametrotono. He must, containing the phrase perikales agalma, he must have been aware of the epigraphic usage of this noun, not only denoting a beautiful, dedicated object, but also evoking fine qualities of this object and artistry of the poetic dedicatory inscription that generate pleasure. Also, the pragmatic criterion, that is, the indication of the extratextual determinant of the elegiac genre, seems to predominate in the inscription of Ekembrotus, dated to 586 BCE. Although the inscription, called by Pausanias Epigramma, commemorating the victory of the Arcadian Aulot in the Pythian competition, doesn't differentiate between elegiacs and epigrams, it, however, indicates that the main difference between the 2 varieties of sung poetry, melea and elegus, may have been the different melodic line or a type of musical accompaniment, and not the content of the work. For our consideration, referring to elegy and epigram, this testimony is important because it proves that the performative difference, or better, the manner in which an artistic work was made public, was decisive in the process of conceptualization of a genre in the archaic period. The same method of identifying genre in the cultural setting of the archaic period, if applied to elegy and epigram, shows that their otherness was seen in the mode of dissemination of each of them, through an inscription to be read and through a sung or recited text to be heard, rather than in themes or moods, reflectiveness, commemoration, which both genres alongside the meter often, but not always, of course, shared, and what later gave rise to being perceived affinitive, that is, closely connected, for example, in Horace. 2 different channels for sending and receiving poetic or artistic message, the epigrammatic, designed for writing and reading, and that elegiac, defined by singing and hearing, seem to be transcend each other's semiotic boundaries at a certain point. While one may wonder whether Thucydides, in using the word elegeion in singular, number 3 in the handout, to describe the dedicatory inscription inscribed by Pausanias on the column in Delphi, wants to indicate that he means an inscription consisting of a single distich only, or whether he wants to indicate more generally the type of meter characteristic of elegy, it should be noted that the two words meet here, epigrapsastrai and to elegeion. This meeting of these terms may suggest that the participants in the cultural life of the time of Thucydides were already very familiar with the characteristics of elegy, be it a symphotic or narrative variant presented either privately or publicly, glorifying the deeds of famous people in a particular metrical form. They knew, of course, what an epigram was, sepulchral or dedicatory inscription composed in various meters, among which elegiac distich was extremely popular. The testimony of Thucydides attests to functioning among the Greeks of the idea of a close relationship between elegy and epigram, however, in terms of function, honoring, commemorating, and probably artistic form. The difference in terms of medium seems still to have been emphasized, since elegeion, defined as epigegrammenon, seems to be an indication of something unobvious for Thucydides. The term elegeion, most likely describing features expected of laudatory elegy, referring to dedicatory poems composed by Ion of Samos in 319, it's number 4, of which 2 are partially preserved, attests that both genres, elegy and epigram, must have shared themes and moods, although they still differed in the way they were made available to the public. If scholars who hypothesize the existence of epigrammatic, mainly sepulchral competitions, the winning pieces of which were considered worthy of being later inscribed, it becomes even more justified to recognize the main difference between epigram and elegy in use of the different medium by each of them. I think that an important and interesting testimony that has not hitherto been considered in the study of the relationship between the two poetic genres that occupy us here is the passage from the famous Epitaphios of Thucydides. It's number 5 in the handout. I read in translation only. It's Hammond's translation. Famous men have the whole earth as their tomb. Their record is not only the inscription on gravestones in their own land, but in foreign countries too, the unwritten memorial which lives in individual hearts, the remembrance of their spirit rather than their achievement. In this passage, Thucydides says that in commemorating famous people, a great role, beside grave inscriptions, is played by unwritten memorial, agraphos mneme, stored inside individual people, parhekasto. Alicja Szastyńska-Siemion, in a short 1995 article, suggests that the Asian writer limits here his interest, as far as literature is concerned, to the epigram only. While indeed the term epigraphe used by Thucydides certainly includes inscription, both in verse and prose, the phrase agraphos mneme can, in my view, refer also to artistic commemorative production conveyed by the living word, that is also to songs performed on various public and private occasions, and those also perhaps to elegies. It can therefore be assumed that the juxtaposition of the way in which poetic words reached the recipients was still one of the most salient features that distinguished the epigram from elegy in Thucydides' times. The emphasis on the wider reach of orally transmitted poetry, unlike inscriptions which were inherently available locally. It reaches foreign lands. And long duration, it lives on in the people, is due, as the historiographer seems to suggest, also to the fact that it focuses more on the glorified people's spirit rather than on their achievements. So, if my speculative interpretation of this passage is to be accepted, then we may be dealing with the polarization of the epigrammatic narration, understood in the spirit of Ewan Bowie, as I quote, a sequence of words used to say of some person or thing that it did something or that something happened to it, end of the quote, and the elegiac reflection on the qualities and characteristics of a laudandus, which invites a reaction either in the form of a meditation or poetic reply. Antonio Aloni calls this a deep difference in communicative structure, stressing that elegy is open to reuse and continuation. Epigram maintains a character of completeness. Epigram and elegy in this approach, although they use different communication channels, share the same function, namely they constitute a mnema, remembrance, memory of someone or something. This brings us to the issue of the early employment of components characteristic of epigram in elegy and elegy in epigram. It is therefore about the type of intermediate connections, perceived, however, not so much as a kind of reception of one genre in other or self-reflective relationship between two genres, as scholars treat this term with a reference to Latin elegy and Hellenistic epigram, but as a useful framework for exploring the links between them at the early stages of their existence. Let's have a closer look at the first line of the well-known Tyrtaeus elegy, 12, according to West numeration. It's number 6 in the handout. Ut anmnesaimen ut en logo andratitheimen. Do these words really just mean, I would not recall, that is, consider him a man worthy of mention, nor would I hold a man of any account, as Bill Allen recently re-diagnosed? Although he is right to say that Tyrtaeus' focus is here on a man's value rather than the poetic skill, closer to discovering the true meaning of these words seem to be those whose views are presented and shared by Ernst Richard Schwinger in an article published in 1997, who is paraphrasing Tyrtaeus' words, Ich dürfte nicht zum Gegenstand meiner dichterischen Rede machen. I shouldn't make it the subject of my poetic speech. Schwinger, however, treats the two expressions of the first verse, ut anmnesaimen and en logotitheimen, as synonyms. He says that the first means den Inhalt des Gedichtes, content of the poem, the latter nichts anderes, nothing else. However, I find a different interpretation tempting, namely that the two expressions are used in order to distinguish precisely two ways in which the poet doesn't want to commemorate runners, wrestlers, etc., but wants to immortalize those who maintain their valor in battle. It is possible that the poet is referring here to two modes of commemorative artistic activity, namely poetic inscriptions and poetry made public orally, including elegiac poetry practiced by himself. I don't exclude that the form of the verb mimnesco may allude here to the noun mnema, recognizable to his audience as a common word in inscribed epigrams, or a popular verbal element in literary epigrammatic genre, which not only refers to the physical object, as the sema does, but also to a purpose of this object, that is, remembrance, as aptly put by David Sider. And although, unlike the noun mnema, the verb mimnesco is not attested by the epigraphic testimonies at our disposal, Simonides' literary imitation of a grave inscription, it's number 7 in the handout, begins with mnesomai, understood as I shall serve as mnema of, and the speaker can be the stele itself. Tyrtaeus' mnesaimen appears to refer to the commemorative and at the same time glorifying functions of the inscriptions. A different kind of commemoration seems to be meant by the expression en logotitheimen. It may refer to poetic words, that is, to the constituents of an artistic production presented orally by a performer in front of the audience. Such a meaning, I mean poetry, was already attributed to the word logos, used by Tyrtaeus, for example, by Gerber, Tarkov, Ludwig, but no attention seems to have been paid so far to the possibility of the so-called altermedial allusion contained in the expression en logotitheimen in relation to the mnesaimen, which may, as I said, suggest the inscriptional. One can assume that the poet is thinking of a feast presentation or a more formal gathering here. If this is the case, and my proposal of interpretation of Tyrtaeus' line produces good sense, we have to do with the characteristics of epigram and elegy. Each of them is signposted by pointers relating to distinct medium, writing on stone versus voice presentation, while at the same time the contentual and ideological markers of epigrams and large part of early elegy production remained, as perceived by Tyrtaeus, all in all similar: remembrance of valuable people and their deeds, praise of certain attitudes and values, verging on various types of instruction and exhortation. It is worth adding at this point that Tyrtaeus, quite sophisticatedly, seems to play with the association evoked by the phrase he uses, while, as I said, mnesaimen may recall the idea of erecting the monument to secure memory of someone. The phrase en logotitheimen is meant to continue at first glance this association due to the employment of the verb tithemi, frequently occurring alongside with the extended variation epitithemi or anatithemi as a part of formulae in the sepulchral as well as in dedicatory epigrams. But in fact, the logos forces us to modify the meaning of the expression, since one cannot exclude that the thought of praising with songs is embedded in it. So logos is to mean living word here. A similar reference to or borrowings from, as Bakker says, the language of epigram is found in the famous Elegy of Theognis, verses number 19, 30, in which the thematically central verb epikemai, which is an element of sepulchral epigram, represents the voice of the symposiast, who prefers words and song to stone. Anyway, the fact that Tyrtaeus in his poem may have indicated too, to use contemporary terminology, mediological orders, is important for us looking for similarities and differences between early epigram and elegy, being aware of the choice that his predecessors and people of his generation had and have in this matter. He knew that it is possible to praise and instruct through inscription and through the living word. To conclude, at an early stage of development, the epigram and elegy, at least some of its thematic variations, have more in common than they do apart. In many cases, it is common meter, lexical patterns, and laudatory function. It seems that what apparently made them different was, apart from the length, and we didn't how long a longer epigram and the shortest elegy was, how long symphotic elegies could have been. We don't know exactly, although you and Bowie recently turned our guesses into judgments of high probability. So it seems that what made both genres different, apart from the length, was channel of communication, in the restricted sense of its technical means, and more generally, in the sense of the contexts of epigrammatic and elegiac publicity. No more, no less, only as much and so much. The coexistence of two poetic forms that were similar in many respects and that constantly confronted each other in the public perception during the archaic period proved to be extremely creative. The gradual blurring of the media context led to the literarization of the spatial, the emergence of literary epigram, and the spatialization of the literary, the elegy taking over the mode of epigrammatic presentation. Since Hellenistic times, things have become even more complicated. But this is a topic for another speech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Queries in English, Italian?
Thank you, Christina, for your paper. I, for one, find your interpretation of Thucydides' passage wholly convincing. I only have a small question about point 1a in your handout, namely on Herodotus. At paragraph 60 and 61, I wonder whether one of the reasons why Herodotus feels the need to specify n hexametro, and this he does not specify at paragraph 59, when we have only one line. May it be that here, having two hexameters, he felt this in his century quite unusual, the normal meter for epigrams having by then became the elegiac couplet. So n hexametro might mean, from Herodotus' point of view, I think,
in stichic hexameters. Had he written some 1 century or 2 centuries earlier, he probably wouldn't have added this detail. What do you think?
Thank you very much for your interesting question. Indeed, it's very interesting. And when we look at the way in which Herodotus introduced a quotation, it seems that there is no one rule. Sometimes he indicates the type of meter, sometimes he simply quotes without it. And you are right that an hexametrotono in his times can be understood. It can be as if he needed explanation because it is unobvious, because this inscription is unusual in a way. Yes, I must look at all details which Stephanie West put in her article on Herodotus and his way of quotation, because at the moment I don't remember if she explains this, if she writes something about this. I will check and I must think about it. Thank you very much for your matter. Thank you very much.
Further questions?
Lukia.
Yes.
Well, Christina, I am absolutely convinced by your brilliant interpretation of Tyrtaeus. And what I have is not a question, but I want to say something inspired by what you said. All of a sudden, listening to you, I realized that inscribed elegy and a sung or recited elegy are complementary, but at the same time they are rival forms. And thanks to your interpretation, I now think that Pindar's rivalry with statues of athletes as rivals of his own Epinician poetry has depth in time. It is not something that Pindar all of a sudden thought. It is something that other poets like Tyrtaeus and Simonides have also expressed, and Pindar makes it, even more explicit and confrontational when he says, I am not a statue maker. But at the same time, he is not only commenting on the rivalry, but on the complementarity of praise poetry in stone and in the world.
Thank you very much. There is a very big problem. This rivalry is one side of the same thing and complementary of the other. And we can think about this problem as you did, referring to the poetry of Pindar and this rivalry of statue. And we can also refer it to the smaller forms of poetry like I tried to do. So thank you very much for your comment. Thank you.
We have another question from Luigi Bravi.
Sì, buonasera, saluto tutti da casa e tanto ci vedremo i prossimi giorni. Vorrei chiedere qualche notizia in più, o forse che probabilmente mi è sfuggita, a proposito dell'Epigramma 36 di Simonide, a cui si è riconosciuto un carattere letterario. Volevo capire se cosa si intende per letterario, se letterario fittizio o semplicemente di un mestierante della poesia.
But I'm not sure about the point of your question.
The point of the question is, what do you think about this epigram, the epigram 36 of Simonides?
Yeah.
You use the adjective literary. What do you mean by literary according to this text?
Literary epigram. In this case, the epigram which imitates real inscriptional epigram.
Does mean that it is a fictitious epigram, in your opinion?
Probably yes. Yes, it can be fictitious.
That's very difficult to think the same thing. I mean, it's very difficult for an epigram who is on a woman, literally unknown. So my opinion is that an epigram on an unknown woman has many possibilities to be a real inscribed text.
So thank you very much for this. I must think more about it. Yes, thank you.
If I may add this is not an elegion, right? It is an epigram in an epodic meter. So this is interesting, I think, and this may point to its Hellenisticness. Although I'm sure David Sider thinks it's genuine Simonides. But that's one reason to think about the authorship.
I didn't spoke about authorship. Authorship is another matter. The matter is if it's something fictitious or probably inscribed. And the point is that the fact that Archedice is really unknown. We have no other items on her.
Big question.
Yeah. It's a very interesting problem. Thank you for pointing to this. I also thought about it, so thank you. Further questions? What do you think, Professor Bravi? Would you like to?
I think that's a real epigram,
Okay.
simply. And its lyrical form is not a problem. We know many examples of epigrams in other meters, other than elegiac couplets or hexameters or iambic trimeters and so on. We know this kind of composition. Otherwise, I wouldn't imagine what could be a poem on a woman that we do not really know. To be fictitious, I suppose that the author could choose a woman well known to compose a fictitious text.
Okay, thank you.
That's my opinion that I wrote many times ago, a lot of time ago.
Thank you very much. Any further queries? Perhaps online. I don't think we see. Okay, let's just stop here and thank once again.
Thank you very much.
So the last paper today is by Silvia Barbantani of the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart in Milan. And Silvia is going to speak about biografie di città e di re, evoluzione di un genere poetico tra epica ed elegia. May I help you?
Grazie, ringrazio anch'io per ultima oggi di nuovo gli organizzatori di questo convegno, è un piacere davvero esserci ritrovati qui, sia per il luogo, e aggiungo ovviamente anche quello che visiteremo domani e dopodomani, sia per la compagnia. Dunque, grazie. Ho preparato delle slide che però mi servono soprattutto per farvi seguire il mio discorso, non mi soffermerò sui singoli testi, sia per motivi di tempo, sia perché molti dei quali, primis de Praedo Valicarnassus, sono ben noti a tutti, credo. Dopo la fioritura di contributi sulle elegie, sulle guerre persiane, in seguito alla pubblicazione del Papiro di Ossirinco 1965, David Sider ha ammonito a non utilizzare, a non abusare, diciamo così, del termine storica riferito all'elegia come se si trattasse di uno specifico genere. Effettivamente contenuti di carattere storico, e ovviamente includo anche il passato mitico, possono trovare spazio in elegie di diversa destinazione, per diversi contesti, con diverse tipologie di performance. Quindi, siccome anch'io ho peccato, faccio ammenda oggi e parlerò soprattutto di elegia diegetica o narrativa, e mi concentrerò, sempre per motivi di tempo, sul periodo ellenistico e su un particolare tipo di narrazione, cioè quella che io ho definito per brevità biografie di città e di re o insomma, personaggi, leaders, generali, insomma, personaggi rilevanti dal punto di vista storico. Ora, nel periodo ellenistico l'arte di narrare indistici, vero Laura, il passato da quello mitico agli eventi della storia più recente si evolve intersecando modalità, strutture e modalità di performance, strutture particolarmente diverse. Il punto numero 1 lo cito, ve lo menziono semplicemente, ma non sarà l'oggetto della mia comunicazione. La prima scelta potrebbe essere quella di impostare la narrazione su una sequenza di episodi più o meno collegati da fil rouge, da una tematica comune. Quindi abbiamo quella che noi definiamo grosso modo elegia catalogica, carattere erotico oppure semplicemente erudito. Ovviamente in questa categoria aggiungo, e non è un'eresia, anche gli Aitia di Callimaco, tenendo conto che chiaramente l'impalcatura, l'impostazione di questo poema rispetto ad altre che conosciamo comunque molto poco era completamente diversa, ma la scelta di Callimaco è comunque episodica. Il secondo tipo invece di impostazione è quello di scegliere un tema che può essere appunto la storia di una città, l'evoluzione di un corpo civico. Quando parlo di città parlo anche di aree geografiche, perché poi parleremo di Arcadia ad esempio, quindi non parliamo di poleis soltanto. L'evoluzione di un corpo civico dalle origini mitiche, diciamo dalla fondazione, fino a possibilmente epoche più recenti, se non alla contemporaneità. Ovviamente in questa scelta rientra anche la possibilità di includere, soprattutto nel periodo ellenistico, degli excursus, quindi parliamo di una narrazione continua, einais ma dienekes, ma con la possibilità appunto nel periodo ellenistico di avere analepsis, prolepsis, excursus eziologici, lo vedremo appunto in alcuni casi. E infine l'ultimo punto riguarda invece la narrazione come dire, di taglio encomiastico, di imprese di personaggi più o meno famosi, sovrani, ma anche persone più comuni, come si vedrà a proposito degli epigrammata longa. Passiamo subito al punto 2, cioè il mio primo punto, l'elegia a contenuto geostorico, chiamiamola così. Prima di passare al Praedo Valicarnassus, che tutti conoscete, ricordo brevemente gli antenati di questo, chiamiamolo sottogenere elegiaco. Il primo esempio conosciuto di elegia diegetica di una certa estensione focalizzata sulla biografia di una città è la Smirneide di Mimnermo, di cui conosciamo purtroppo soltanto i frammenti, ma sembra che appunto a partire dalla fondazione da parte della Megale Gunè Smirna, Mimnermo poi arrivasse eventualmente a trattare eventi di storia più recente. Poemi simili, sia in distici sia in esametri, sono stati prodotti poi fino all'età classica, dall'archeologia di Samo attribuita a Semonide, agli Ionica di Paniassi di Alicarnasso, insomma ce ne sono parecchie fino alla fondazione di Chio di Ione di Chio nel V secolo. Nel periodo ellenistico questo tipo di approccio come dire, viene seguito, si snoda in due diversi filoni. Dal punto di vista della produzione in esametri abbiamo nel periodo nel III secolo la produzione di ctiseis, di vere e proprie ctiseis in esametri da parte di Apollonio e Rodio, quindi parliamo in questo caso non di molte migliaia di versi e di più libri, ma di epilli. La scelta invece del distico elegiaco, che tra l'altro è una scelta che sottrae campo, diciamo così, all'epica, anche se solo per un paio di secoli, perché poi si tornerà prepotentemente all'esametro, anche per l'encomio e per la narrazione delle gesta di personaggi, di sovrani, personaggi contemporanei. È una scelta che forse è stata determinata anche dal giudizio di Callimaco, che probabilmente nei confronti della Smirneide e di tutti i poemi simili aveva la stessa opinione che sul poema epico continuo, tradizionale, cioè enaesma di enekesen pollai schiliasin, è qualcosa ormai di passé, diciamo così, di non più attuale. Callimaco stesso dà l'esempio di come rendere omaggio a questo tipo di produzioni all'interno però di un tipo di narrazione diversa, cioè quella episodica. Ad esempio nel frammento 43, quello sulle fondazioni delle città siciliane, ecco, viene compresso in modo estremamente erudito e forte, anche difficile per noi da comprendere, data la natura frammentaria del passo, tutta una serie di vicissitudini riguardanti le fondazioni con appunto un taglio estremamente erudito e eziologico. Stessa cosa riguarda ad esempio la seconda parte dell'Aition di Aconzio Cidippe, che è dedicata alla fondazione delle principali città dell'isola di Ceo e alle genealogie che ovviamente arrivano fino all'età di Callimaco dei vari nobili di Ceo. Quindi, e tra l'altro Callimaco cita esplicitamente una sua fonte in prosa, quindi dichiara insomma di seguire gli scrittori di storia locale in questa seconda parte in maniera più esplicita che nella prima. In questo quadro ho lasciato volutamente fuori Filita, perché ovviamente qui c'è una magna question, cioè quella del poema su Cos che Filita avrebbe scritto. Allora io sono abbastanza d'accordo con Livio, non perché sia qui, ma in generale, sull'ipotesi insomma che Filita possa aver composto un poema dedicato alla storia di Cos. Ovviamente abbiamo moltissimi dubbi sulla sua struttura, su in quale metro potesse essere questo poema, in esametri, in distici. È un poema che potrebbe nascondersi nelle lacune ovviamente del famoso distico versi 9-10 del prologo degli Aitia, contrapposto alla Ontia Thesmophoros, cioè alla Demetra. Le cose non cambierebbero comunque, anche se pensiamo soltanto alla Demetra come poema che ovviamente porta il nome della divinità, ma in realtà è concentrato, come sempre ben ha mostrato Livio anche nell'introduzione alla sua edizione dei frammenti di Filita, è concentrato su eventi che stanno agli albori della storia di Cos e quindi includono potenzialmente anche questioni di carattere genealogico oltre che eziologico. Tra l'altro poi alcuni frammenti di Filita, come il frammento 16 Sbardella, fanno capire che Filita era interessato appunto a temi relativi alla fondazione delle città e a tutti i problemi conseguenti, incluse appunto le genealogie. Il frammento 16 riguarda la fondazione di Fliunte, ad esempio. L'unico esempio superstite di età ellenistica, in realtà di biografia di una città, è quello che vedete, che tutti voi ben conoscete, The Pride of Halicarnassus, che è un tripudio di Kreuz und Ergattung, diciamo così. Sarò quindi molto sintetica perché anche qui sono stati spesi fiumi di inchiostro. Io qui vi propongo un'immagine di una delle due Selides. Allora, questo poema di circa 60 versi, quindi la misura di un Artion Callimacheo, già questa è una scelta di campo, insomma, abbastanza interessante. È presentato come davvero un libro aperto, cioè un rotolo svolto in 2 selides, con una grafia insomma, particolarmente imponente e accurata, ed è pensato per rimanere aperto di fronte ad un pubblico che quindi poteva leggerlo. Ogni visitatore, ogni xenos frequentante il santuario di Afrodite in cui si trovava questa storia della città di Alicarnasso poteva leggere anche per conto proprio in ad alta voce il poema. Ovviamente questo non esclude anche una performance orale, recitata, cantata, non lo sappiamo, in occasioni specifiche, come Giambo appunto ha pensato di collocare la performance delle elegie più arcaiche relative alle città. Allora, questo poema si apre con vi ho proposto la traduzione di Lloyd Jones con la mia scansione, brevissimamente. Il proemio ovviamente deve molto all'originario dialogo dell'epigramma funebre tra il passante e il defunto. In questo caso però abbiamo un'intersezione con il proemio classico dell'epos, per cui in quel caso è il poeta che non sa e che chiede aiuto alla divinità, che invece tutto sa, è onnisciente, quindi sola può effondere diciamo, il suo sapere, la sua erudizione sul poeta e quindi sul suo pubblico. In questo caso non è un poeta ma è il visitatore che sollecita Afrodite come divinità fondatrice della città a rispondere alla sua domanda. Ovviamente a tutti noi viene in mente anche la cornice dei primi 2 libri del prologo degli Aitia, che forse anche il poeta anonimo, insomma, è collocata nel I secolo questa elegia, quindi ovviamente l'elegia narrativa aveva già una sua storia. Quindi l'idea che Afrodite qui giochi il ruolo della musa bibliotecaria, della musa erudita dei primi 2 libri degli Aitia di Callimaco è abbastanza interessante secondo me. Come risponde Afrodite? La risposta si articola in 3 macro settori, diciamo così. La parte diegetica più propriamente detta, con un racconto più esteso, è la prima, che riguarda la preistoria, diciamo così, il mito più remoto, gli eventi che hanno portato poi alla prima fondazione della città, non tanto in quanto polis, ma come comunità, come corpo civico. Oltre alla protezione dell'infante Zeus, che dà quindi la protezione del dio alla città, c'è anche l'attività mitigatrice, civilizzatrice, diciamo così, della ninfa Salmachis e in seguito anche agli amori con Ermafrodito, il figlio di Afrodite, che crea questo corpo civico formato da barbari e greci. La seconda parte, che invece è come la terza, più vicina all'elegia catalogica, è quella che io chiamo la seconda cronica, per avvicinarci ad un genere in prosa ancora molto attivo in età ellenistica. Pensiamo ad esempio alla cronaca dei re egiziani prodotta da Manetone di Sebennito ad uso e consumo dei conquistatori greci, quindi è una scansione cronologica, una sequenza di re. Esattamente quello che succede qui, ovviamente con in più come dire, la sottolineatura della provenienza dei diversi rifondatori di Alicarnasso che provengono da aree geografiche diverse del mondo greco, ma tutto sommato è una cronaca perché l'elemento diegetico è molto compresso, proprio perché la lista è piuttosto lunga. Anche il terzo punto, la terza sezione, che io chiamo Pinaches, è interessante perché riguarda quello che noi oggi chiameremo il soft power di Alicarnasso, cioè la cultura prodotta da Alicarnasso nel corso dei secoli. Anche qui abbiamo un elenco di personaggi che arrivano fino a, insomma, probabilmente la contemporaneità dell'autore anonimo. Qui il riferimento, se vogliamo cercare un modello, insomma, letterario a cui si può essere ispirato questo autore, non è certo il famoso frammento della Leonzio, quanto piuttosto, almeno secondo me, potrebbe essere stato Le Muse di Alessandro Etolo. Alessandro Etolo è un poeta filologo, tanto quanto Callimaco, è un editore, un frequentatore della biblioteca, Da quanto sappiamo, possiamo capire dai frammenti superstiti delle muse, doveva trattarsi di veri e propri pinaches, ovviamente in forma ellenistica, cioè in forma non noiosa ma più seducente, con la selezione di tratti biografici di ogni singolo poeta, fino a poeti molto vicini nel tempo al poeta, allo scrittore, quindi ad esempio Timoteo. La conclusione ovviamente al fulmen in cauda invece del ricordo del hard power di Alicarnasso, cioè del potere militare, che però resta impresso al lettore perché arriva per ultimo, insieme appunto alle glorie già dimostrate prima. Volevo ricordarvi soltanto che l'elenco dei sovrani mitici di Alicarnasso non è solo una forma di compiacimento erudito, perché in molte iscrizioni di età ellenistica ma anche di età romana noi troviamo, direi proprio sciorinate con linee e linee di testo, muri di testo genealogico, tutta una serie di genealogie create ex novo oppure riprese dalla storia tradizionale, anche orale, della città, allo scopo di sottolineare i rapporti antichi e quindi rinforzare i rapporti diplomatici nel presente tra comunità anche abbastanza lontane tra loro geograficamente. Questo esempio, che è abbastanza famoso, riguarda i rapporti diplomatici tra Xanthos, che si trova in Licia, e Chitenion, che si trova in Ftiotide. Non leggo il testo, ma anche soltanto guardando le parti sottolineate capite che qui si parte da Latona, fondatrice della città, fino ad arrivare a tutti i discendenti dorici che uniscono tra loro le due città. Non solo, siccome alla fine arriva Eracle, queste due città non sono solo legate tra loro, ma legate entrambe ai Tolomei, quindi c'è anche qui l'omaggio, insomma, a quelli che erano i padroni del Mediterraneo a quel tempo ancora, non per molto. Per passare invece all'unico altro esempio che abbiamo, almeno in frammenti, di età ellenistica, ellenistico-romana, di storia e biografia di una città, vediamo che cosa si intende per Aitia romana. Allora, per quanto riguarda la fondazione di Roma, la storia della fondazione di Roma da parte dei greci, Plutarco all'inizio, insomma, Romolo 3.1, agli inizi, insomma, della sua biografia di Romolo, ricorda che il mito che lui racconterà in prosa, riassumerà in prosa, risale in realtà, nella sua forma vulgata, poi ripresa da Fabio Pittore, a Diocle di Pepareto, cioè a un autore greco. Diocle viene collocato generalmente nel III-II secolo, perché è citato poi da autori appunto del II secolo, quindi insomma è considerato un autore di età ellenistica. Non abbiamo nulla di lui, l'unico a suggerire che potesse essere un poeta, un autore di una ctisis Romes sul modello delle ctisis di Apollonio Rodio è stato di Tertimpe, ma siccome non abbiamo alcun frammento lascio questa ipotesi, che comunque è interessante e suggestiva, dove si trova. Vediamo invece quello che abbiamo, cioè i frammenti che noi abbiamo. Possiamo cercare di capire che cosa dovevano essere questi poemi. Sono veramente poemi narrativi tutti sulla storia di Roma? Riprendiamo sempre Plutarco. Nella sua biografia di Romolo cita a un certo punto un frammento attribuito a un tale Similos, di cui non spiega nulla, non lo colloca cronologicamente. Racconta soltanto questo frammento una versione particolare del mito di Tarpea, in cui Tarpea tradisce la città non perché è innamorata di un capo sabino ma di un capo celtico. La fine però è nota, perché la fedifraga, diciamo così, viene uccisa, viene punita. Questo tipo di mito in realtà poteva star bene sia all'interno di una vera e propria ctisis, sia all'interno di poemi come quelli che abbiamo descritto all'inizio, cioè elegie catalogiche su miti tragici d'amore. Allora, la prima ipotesi potrebbe essere suffragata da una similitudine con l'unico frammento superstite della Lesbo-ctisis. È un frammento in esametri, è citato da Partenio, normalmente non è attribuito a nessuno, è normalmente attribuito come dubium ad Apollonio e Rodio. Il frammento racconta del tradimento di Pisidice che, innamoratasi di Achille, gli apre le porte della città, ma poi viene da lui ricompensata in realtà con la morte. Che miti del genere, che fanno ovviamente parte del folk tale, cioè la narrazione dell'eroina che tradisce per amore, quindi l'amore tragico che poi porta alla sconfessione, insomma, dei propri valori e poi alla punizione, trovava spazio anche in elegie catalogiche sugli amori infelici. Un esempio è il papiro di Ossirinco 2885, che è di età romana, in realtà è del secondo d.C., ma il poema può essere ovviamente antecedente, contiene un elenco, un catalogo di eroine come To, Scilla, Medea, che hanno tradito per amore. Quindi rimaniamo con il punto di domanda sulla natura di questo poema di Similos, non può essere automaticamente attribuito alla categoria degli Aetia Romana per forza. Il secondo autore citato da Plutarco è Butas, anche qui non c'è nessuna collocazione cronologica, ma è più chiara la definizione dell'opera, perché Butas ha scritto Aetias Muifodeis e Nelegeiois Periton Romaicon, quindi in questo caso sì, sono racconti mitici di carattere di taglio eziologico, quindi Aetia relativi a Taromaica, a eventi romani, quindi questi sono Aetia romana. Peccato che poi Plutarco non citi se non un verso e nessun'altra fonte ci regala frammenti di Butas. Di solito autori come questi vengono considerati post-Callimachei, se non altro appunto per l'interesse eziologico e anche ovviamente per il fatto che Roma comincia a assumere, insomma, potere anche culturale sul Mediterraneo a partire soprattutto dal fine III secolo, anche se ovviamente Callimaco aveva fatto accenno, insomma, a un romano, ma non riguardava questo la fondazione della città. Potrebbero però anche essere esistiti fin dal III, inizio II secolo dei poemi su Roma, effettivamente, se lo stesso Diocle risaliva a quell'epoca. Un esempio, ma anche qui mettiamo un grande punto di domanda, è il papiro di Amburgo 124, che è datato fra il III e il II secolo, che contiene purtroppo in frammenti quella che sembra essere stata un'elegia, almeno su questo episodio, questo specifico blocco di versi, su anche qui un classico folk tale. Si parla di una Lucaina, qui in basso, si parla di Drus, si parla di figli, di bambini, adesso non posso trattarlo in dettaglio, ma me ne sono occupata un po' di tempo fa. Ovviamente viene subito in mente la leggenda di Romolo e Remo. In realtà Parsons e Lloyd Jones e un po' tutti gli editori hanno ricordato che il folk tale, di cui uno degli esempi è la storia di Romolo e Remo, in realtà poteva arrivare anche poteva appartenere anche ad altre aree geografiche del mondo greco. Ad esempio, Mileto certamente è uno dei vari racconti, ma per quanto riguarda invece i gemelli, visto che lì si parla di figli, Licasto e Parrasio sono due gemelli arcadi la cui vicenda segue esattamente la stessa parabola di Romolo e Remo, quindi il cliché del folk tale del bambino abbandonato e nutrito dalla lupa, anzi dei gemelli abbandonati e nutriti dalla lupa, è esattamente identico. Quindi quel frammento potrebbe appartenere ad Aetia Romana, a Arcadica, oppure a elegie catalogiche su, non so, un tema particolare. Per quanto riguarda l'Arcadia, abbiamo un altro frammento, questa volta trasmesso da Dionigi Alicarnasso e non da Plutarco. Si tratta proprio di un poeta arcade, si chiama Gatillo, è citato proprio nel contesto di vicende arcadi da Dionigi. Qui Dionigi dice che il poeta Gatillo ha scritto in distici una variante della leggenda di Enea. Le sue peregrinazioni toccano l'Arcadia, e questo era un tema molto caro agli autori di Arcadica, anche in prosa, ma poi si trasferisce in Esperien, qui abbiamo in Italia, quindi la sua discendenza femminile rimane in Arcadia, quella maschile, in questo caso abbiamo addirittura Romolo come figlio diretto di Enea, quindi non c'è nessun intermezzo generazionale tra Enea e il fondatore di Roma. Ecco, Enea quindi rientra direttamente nella genealogia dei fondatori della città. Anche in questo caso ci chiediamo se si tratti di un poema direttamente completamente dedicato a Roma, oppure piuttosto, data anche l'origine di Agatillo, a un poeta che si occupa di Arcadicà, ovviamente però introducendo delle tematiche che possono collegare l'Arcadia a Roma per il motivo che abbiamo già visto prima a proposito delle iscrizioni, cioè questioni di intentional history usata a scopo diplomatico. Ovviamente sarebbe una notizia interessante anche la produzione di Arcadicà in distici, perché poemi simili in età ellenistica, come quelli di Riano, Messenia K, K vengono prodotti in esametri, non in distici, quindi anche questo sarebbe una scelta interessante che ricollega Agatillo appunto alla tradizione dalla Smirneide in poi. Se ho ancora qualche minuto vi lancio dei flash sulla narrazione delle vicende biografiche di personaggi contemporanei. Quanto mi lasciate ancora, se posso comprimere questa parte, ditemi voi. Ok, va bene. Allora, brevissimamente, la narrazione della biografia di un contemporaneo in distici elegiaci si snoda in maniera molto schematica nel periodo ellenistico in almeno un paio di, lasciamo da parte gli epinici, di modalità. Da una parte abbiamo la estensione fuori scala di alcuni degli epigrammi funerari che noi conosciamo da Simoni, potevano arrivare insomma, a 4 versi, 6 versi, non di più. Qui arriviamo ai 20 versi e oltre. Non posso qui mostrarvi, li avevo preparati vari esempi che sono presenti in Egitto, ma anche in Asia Minore, arriviamo fino a Kandahar con l'epigramma di Sofitos. Abbiamo delle mini biografie, perché in 20 versi, oltre ai topoi noti, arcinoti dell'epigramma funerario, abbiamo anche almeno una decina di versi dedicati o alla tipologia di morte del defunto, quindi alla narrazione del contesto della morte del defunto, in battaglia ad esempio, oppure si parla della carriera del personaggio. Quindi in ogni caso abbiamo una sezione narrativa abbastanza sostanziosa, considerato il genere dell'epigramma. Per quanto riguarda invece la narrazione con taglio encomiastico delle gesta di personaggi di alto rango, sovrani o generali, allora vi ricordo ovviamente, questi sono gli epigrammi che vi avevo preparato, ma allora vi ricordo in particolare questo che è l'unico esempio che noi abbiamo di poema epico, cioè con la narrazione di vicende militari, non in molti libri sicuramente, ma abbastanza ampia da introdurre una sezione mimetica. Questa è la famosa Elegia 958 sui Galati, non entro nei dettagli. Allora, voglio soltanto ipotizzare il perché di questa scelta. Questo è un frammento, è un unicum, perché tutti gli altri encomi, vedremo, sono diversi. L'encomio nel periodo ellenistico dei sovrani prende almeno 3 strade. Quella lirica, i famosi peani in onore di Seleuco, Antigono, fino ad arrivare a Tito Quinzio Flaminino, noti anche per via epigrafica, non hanno un contenuto diegetico, hanno un contenuto prevalentemente encomiastico, innico, quindi addirittura si arriva all'adulazione, al paragone, all'assimilazione con la divinità. La seconda scelta è quella dell'encomio in esametri, che è la scelta che sopravviverà di più, quella che fa Teocrito con l'Idillio 17, si arriva fino a Dioscoro di Afrodito, e qui abbiamo una sezione diegetica molto ampia. La terza scelta, che è questa e che rimane abbastanza isolata, secondo me viene presa, questa è una mia idea, per almeno 3 motivi. La scelta ideologica è ovvia, cioè visto che si parla in quel caso di Galati, il modello ideologico principale sono le elegie simonidee sulle guerre persiane, quindi i nuovi barbari del periodo ellenistico utilizzati nella propaganda regale per sottolineare la grecità dei sovrani sono i Galati. In quelle elegie sono paragonati ai persiani. Ovviamente già da Alessandro le guerre persiane erano utilizzate a questo scopo, quindi un motivo per la scelta del distico e non dell'esametro è quello. Il secondo motivo è la squalificazione totale del poema epico encomiastico tradizionale da parte dei seguaci di Alessandro Magno, di cui tutte le fonti parlano concordemente come di poetastri assolutamente disastrosi, odiati anche dallo stesso Alessandro. Quindi non c'era la possibilità, soprattutto in Egitto, di fare una scelta esametrica per la narrazione delle imprese di un sovrano contemporaneo. Ovviamente avranno contribuito a questo anche questa scelta, anche gli esperimenti callimachei sulle pinicio indistici elegiaci che hanno peraltro appunto una sezione diegetica, almeno per quanto riguarda la Victoria Berenices. Per quanto riguarda la diffusione, brevissimamente abbiamo, e questo riguarda quello di cui parlava prima Cristina, da una parte la diffusione per la lettura e nell'encomio 969, che è molto vicino cronologicamente al frammento sui Galati, si parla di embiblois, quindi la tua fama sopravviverà nei libri. Le declamazioni a corte, quindi a oralità, quindi lettura ma a corte. E poi, e questo è un tema in cui vorrei però parlare nella tavola rotonda finale anche con Laura, che se ne è occupata, la questione della performance in festival locali e panellenici o agoni nei ginnasi. Anche qui non ho tempo di aggiungere notizie, ma ne avrò, se posso, nella table ronde. E con questo concludo e vi ringrazio. Oh sì, prego.
Livia?
Che meraviglia la legia in età ellenistica, è un mondo intero, perché c'è tutto, è un genere quasi repositorio, e la cosa interessante è che fa la stessa fine dell'epigramma, cioè questi due generi hanno la stessa sorte in età ellenistica, diventano due grandi generi repositori in cui confluiscono parti di una tradizione che si era esaurita. L'elegia va a recuperare addirittura con Callimaco, ma forse non solo, funzioni che erano state della lirica corale, e l'epigramma sostanzialmente va ad assumere tutto l'eredità della melica simposiale e insomma degli scolia simposiali. E quindi certamente, però la cosa interessante è cercare di capire come i poeti ellenistici, che sostanzialmente inventano tutto e nulla, come dire, cercano dei precedenti nella tradizione arcaica e classica. Per esempio lo stesso Callimaco, io me ne sono occupato recentemente, il problema degli Aitia, della cornice degli Aitia, il rapporto con la poesia simposiale, che forse è sempre stato molto sottovalutato. C'è una vecchia ipotesi di Barigazzi sulla cornice degli Aitia, che probabilmente conteneva in sé un simposio sul monte Elicona, e soprattutto il frammento 112, l'epilogo degli Aitia, che sembra chiaramente far riferimento a un comos, no? Comaso mai. E quindi se c'era un comos alla fine degli Aitia, vuol dire che c'era un banchetto, perché un comos senza un simposio normalmente non c'era. E quindi c'è capire come tutti questi fili tematici, compresa l'elegia diegetica, io non faccio fatica a dire l'elegia di contenuto storico, insomma, anche se Sider se la prende, ma francamente, insomma, diciamo la verità, è un'elegia di contenuto storico, però tutti questi fili innovativi però vanno tutti quanti a raccordarsi a particolari caratteristiche di questo genere letterario che esistevano già in età arcaica e classica, e che i poeti ellenistici, come dire, sono andati a cogliere, hanno sviluppato, hanno potenziato, facendolo diventare un genere veramente straordinario, insomma, con una versatilità che credo solo l'epigramma abbia nella stessa misura. Quindi, insomma, io devo dire, ho apprezzato moltissimo questo panorama che tu hai fatto, che ci porta per ogni dove sostanzialmente. E tra l'altro in qualche modo l'elegia diventa anche sostitutiva dell'epos in età ellenistica, perché è chiaro che a un certo punto l'elegia diventa un genere concorrenziale con l'epos e quindi invade anche potentemente, diciamo così, lo spazio che era stato del genere più importante, più nobile, più antico, insomma. Quindi devo dire che le potenzialità dell'elegia, anche vedendo questa rassegna che ci hai fatto, in età ellenistica sono straordinarie, gli sviluppi sono amplissimi. Ed è interessante notare come l'unico parallelo è proprio l'epigramma, cioè l'altro genere che ha avuto la stessa espansione è stato proprio l'epigramma. Evidentemente questi due anche questo rapporto tra i due generi, di cui ha parlato bene Cristina, evidentemente è un rapporto che continua anche sul piano delle funzioni più tardi, perché tutti e due subiscono una sorta di inflazione tematica di questi due generi, da una parte l'elegia e dall'altra l'epigramma. Insomma. Grazie.
Dicevo, per quanto riguarda il processo simposiale, chiaramente anche alcune di queste elegie sui sovrani potevano avere, io ho detto a corte generalmente, ma anche al simposio di corte, in occasione di un simposio di corte poteva essere recitato e cantato. Quindi...
Sì, perché poi voglio dire, questa questione del simposio in età ellenistica andrebbe tutta ripensata. In parte ci sono dei bellissimi spunti nel libro di Cameron del 95, quando giustamente Cameron diceva, ma insomma, questi intellettuali di età ellenistica che vivevano a corte o nel museo, ma che facevano lì? Scrivevano e basta? Ma è chiaro che facevano parte di un apparato di propaganda che aveva anche i suoi momenti di performance. Certo, il simposio in età ellenistica non è il simposio di età arcaica, è un'altra cosa, è un banchetto camuffato da simposio con tutt'altre regole. Però ci sono testimonianze del IV secolo che fanno riferimento chiaramente all'uso di simposi in ambiente macedone già prima di Alessandro. Quindi il simposio è un'istituzione greca che i macedoni hanno assunto, rifunzionalizzato e portato all'interno delle corti ellenistiche. Quindi tanta poesia ellenistica è in realtà diciamo così, una sorta di prosecuzione in una dimensione ovviamente dal punto di vista sociologico e antropologico molto diversa, sociologico soprattutto, ma una prosecuzione della tradizione dell'elegia simposiale di età arcaica e classica, insomma.
Anyone else would like to ask a question? Is there a question? I'm looking for him. Okay.
Grazie mille Silvia per tutto il materiale che ci hai presentato. La mia è una domanda molto piccola e comunque una domanda a cui è difficile rispondere, parlo soltanto di ipotesi. Ma su quei due autori estremamente peculiari che scrivono poesia di argomento romano, mi incuriosiscono i loro nomi. Uno è Butas, nome sulla cui origine effettivamente si potrebbe discutere.
È stato identificato con un liberto di Catone, però che ha lo stesso nome, ma di cui sia solo una citazione, non sappiamo che sia.
E se era un liberto, purtroppo poteva avere origine da qualunque parte. Quindi questo non ci dice nulla sulla sua provenienza. L'altro è Agatillo, giusto? Che è un Arcade. Ora, in Arcadia in genere non si fa poesia. Secondo poi una certa tradizione bucolica, sì, ci si inventa che in Arcadia si fa poesia ogni momento, appena si ha 5 minuti liberi dal lavoro di pastorizia, ci si mette sotto un albero e si fa poesia. Ma storicamente non è un ambiente dove si produca molta letteratura. Allora la domanda che io mi pongo e ti pongo, pur consapevole che è assolutamente speculativa: Se questo signore viene dall'Arcadia, fa il poeta e parla di cose romane, potrebbe essere un esempio di un professionista itinerante, un wandering poet che magari proveniente da lì vuole mettere le sue doti al servizio del nuovo potere politico?
Niente di più facile, pensiamo a Polibio, che non è un poeta, ma ovviamente ha una parabola simile. Dal 230, se non mi sbaglio, l'Arcadia entra nella Lega Achea, quindi aveva tutto l'interesse a sfruttare, come dire, leggende già esistenti o varianti particolari di alcune leggende che sottolineassero i rapporti genealogici con Roma. Chiaramente poi l'origine Arcade è solo un'origine, insomma, i natali sono quelli, per quello ho detto, se è un locale scrive Arcadica probabilmente, se comunque è un poeta itinerante o se appunto è uno dei vari poeti vaganti di cui tanto si parla, sì, effettivamente può essere vissuto ovunque, non necessariamente solo in Italia, ma in tutti i regni in cui ormai Roma aveva la meglio, almeno dal punto di vista culturale. Non potendolo datare, in realtà appunto può essere un autore del secondo come del primo o addirittura primo dopo, forse non andrei troppo oltre perché la scelta dell'elegia secondo me ci riporta ancora verso il periodo ellenistico, elegia di quel carattere lì, non di carattere erotico, perché l'elegia catalogico-erotica va avanti anche con i romani.
Ma poi Agatillo da chi è citato?
Da Dionigi Alicarnasso.
Ecco, quindi abbiamo comunque un terminus ante quem.
Sì, certo. No, per dire che per me è più secondo che non primo, ecco.
Grazie mille.
I think we have a question from the online audience, but if someone has a question, can you just start talking perhaps? Sorry?
Use the microphone, please.
Yeah. Are there further questions, perhaps from the online audience, from the online participants? Ivan. Please, yes.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Very rich and very extended in chronological terms explanation of what is happening. I would like to make a couple of remarks, and the first involves a question, the second perhaps does not. And one point from the beginning end of your long durée, you mentioned the Greek barbarian opposition as modello Simone Deo. Now, is it only a modello Simone Deo, or is it already a modello Mimner Meo?
Exactly. Yes, I agree.
And maybe even Calinus. We don't know enough about Calinus, and he had rather disappeared, but Pausanias knows something of Calinus, and of course Strabo. So, and Pausanias certainly knows about the Gyges war in Memnoma. So I think, although we now, with our new Simonides, how many, 30 years old, can see what such an extended poem would be like as we could not see before, I don't think we should allow the term Simone Deo perhaps to dominate. At the other end of the spectrum, and picking up one of the things that was said about wandering poets by Nico, we do have a lot of documentation from the 1st century through to the 3rd century AD of poets who are performing in comia in festivals of Roman emperors, as well as of the muses, and sometimes of other members of the imperial family. You know this well. So alongside Thespiae, we also have the Sebasta at Naples, and looking at the people who are recorded as victors there, they don't seem to tie in with people we have documented as members of the Synodos Dionysiakon Techniton. They're something different. They're not professionals of that sort. And some of them seem to be more in the bracket of elite performers who decide they're going to try to do some poetry. And one of the dreadful lacunae in our knowledge, to which I shall keep referring because we must not forget it, is that although we have records of very many victors in Encomion eis Sebaston or Encomion eis Musas, we're not told in what meter they were performing. Were they elegiac? Were they hexameter? Occasionally we have honorific inscriptions of poets who performed in many different meters, like my favorite Julius Longinus from Halicarnassus, a different generation of Halicarnassian, too late for the pride of Halicarnassus. And if you're performing in different meters, it's quite hard to think that elegiac was not one of them, but we don't have the actual evidence. So there's an unknown and maybe never to be known history waiting here. Maybe one day we will get a little bit of evidence. But thank you very much. And as I said, my second point was more comment than question.
But if I may, just 2 seconds, two very, very quick reply. First, I agree. I'm sorry I had to compress the second part, but I agree completely. Of course, the original Greek versus barbarians epic in elegiacs is Mimnermus and Callinus. I just pointed out Simonides because, of course, the erudite, the poet at the court of the Ptolemies, because the encomium of the Galatians is Ptolemaic. They may also know, of course, archaic elegies, but Simonides is quoted as a model in the encomium of Ptolemy II by Theocritus, so he, in a way, obscures the others, but of course they were second. I will not speak now because we have no time, but I had a section about the problem you mentioned about the definition of encomia epica or rhapsodia even, and we can Laura studied an inscription on a gymnasial agon with elegies quoted explicitly, but most of the time we have just a vague definition. So I will go back if we are allowed to speak about this problem later on because you pointed out a very big problem we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
About the problem of rhapsodic elegy, because there was also rhapsodic elegy from the end of the classical age. It is attested also a rhapsodic mode of the elegy. So there is a fragment of the Modopus, for example, in which is explicitly said that the rhapsodes make own the elegy, the elegy of Archilochus, for example. And there are also other testimonies about, in the 1st century, about rhapsodic performances of other elegiac poets, Phocylides, for example. And so, in the Hellenistic age and in the imperial age, a rhapsodic mode performance was applied both to the epic and to the elegy.
That's right.
At the same time.
Yes.
And so,
Indeed. Yeah.
the encomium, the problem of the metrical structure of this encomia in the imperial age, yes, of course, but we don't know if they were in hexametry or in elegiac method.
Thank you.
Let's thank Silvia and all the speakers today for this fantastic presentation. And we thank the audience online. Some announcement.
Grazie a tutti per essere stati con noi oggi pomeriggio, anche le persone online. Grazie a Ian per questa splendida presidenza, a tutti gli oratori. Noi chiudiamo qui questa prima giornata di appuntamento con Elegia e Giambo e per online ci rivediamo direttamente venerdì mattina, però questa volta da Chieti. Grazie a tutti, interrompiamo anche il collegamento a questo punto, salutiamo anche Luca Bettarini che ci segue da casa e che vedremo collegato con noi online venerdì. E adesso, grazie Luca, ciao. Direi che we will meet for dinner.